This heifer that wins this class will make you pay attention a little bit here. This is a good one. She's one that's got a lot of look. She's got a lot of power, a lot of balance. Again, we've talked about she's got some size to her, and I don't care. I mean, big, little, she's pretty darn good. Her makeup is right. Her structure is right. She's very well presented. Got a neat look up through her front end. I think she's one that'll kind of make you sit up here and she commands this class pretty good. That's a nice heifer to lead off this class. This heifer just kept growing on me. She don't really blow you away in any one area, but I think of what we've got remaining after a pretty dominant winter, she's the heifer that's the next hardest to fault. She's got a nice look from the side. She balances up well. Probably doesn't have just the extra intangibles of the class winner, but I still think a real solid heifer there to land in the second spot. This heifer from her shoulder back, I really like the cowiness that she has. One that's real broody and pretty sound on her feet and legs. Just a little coarser up and through her front end, a little shorter about her neck in relation to those two heifers, but just real solid in her makeup. A lot of replacement potential in that one in terms of the softness of flank that she's got. The next heifer's got a tidy look. You want to get her all the way to second because she's got a long neck and she's extended. I would buy into that. She closes up a little more for me as you get in behind the cattle, a little flatter in the upper part of her body, a little narrower in her pin set, but you just get off to them from the side. I think that heifer really has a lot of nice things about her. We'll see how she matures, if she gets huskier. If she does, I think she can get up to second. For me, she just a little narrow as she goes away from you. Next heifer's got a little more doability and power to her. With that, though, she separates in her shoulder. She's the one that maybe doesn't sit down quite as nice as you'll watch her go right away from you. Good heifer to come out next. I swapped that pair as they were on the approach. I just think this one's a little better right in behind her shoulder, a little shorter about her neck, but got some cowiness to her. Same goes for the next heifer. Has some density, some openness of body. She just wants to search a little more off of her front end. And the heifer that closed the class has some extension from the profile. She still moves adequately. We just got to give that heifer a little more doability in the center part of her body to move her up any higher.
Well, congratulations in Class 57 over here in the balancer ring. First place exhibited by Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington. Second place was exhibited by Cody Brown, Dwight, Kansas. Third place will go to Lacey, Raina Judd, Pomona, Kansas. Fourth place was exhibited by Thomas Phelps of Paragould, Arkansas. Fifth place, and congratulations, Casey Brown, Dwight, Kansas. Sixth place went to Clarabelle Bishop. Seventh place, and congratulations will go to Cale Cook. In eighth place, we'll go to Plus One Cattle Company. We'll now bring those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve winner heifer calves.
Well, it's always fun when you got good ones, and I thought both these heifers dominated their classes, and they're both really nice cattle. I think both these, and that's not taking anything away from our seconds because they're good too, but these two here are really, really good cattle, and there's subtle differences between them, but I think they're both very high quality. There's some similarities between them as well. They're cattle that definitely got some volume, got some stoutness. There's one that's just kind of next level, and then, we're going to make a really nice one reserve. Again, don't know what's coming, but I feel pretty comfortable with these two as if the show ended right now, because these two are that good. I think both of them are that good, and I think they're cattle that got some pieces that are obviously hard to find. So heifer out of Class 2 is our division champion. Heifer out of Class 1 is our reserve. Great pair of heifers for these two young ladies.
Congratulations in the winter heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 8409. That's Butler's Miss Lola 133L, exhibited by Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. Reserve champion will go to back number 8394. That was Shelby Candler of Weaverville, North Carolina. We're now going to start the senior heifer calf division. First class in the ring will be class 59. These are November through Decembers of 2022.
Another good class of females here, and again, one that finds herself to the forefront with relative ease, in my opinion. Really a stout-featured kind of a female that's got a lot of body to her. Springer rib is good on this particular heifer, and then with that, she's the one that's got the biggest paws, and she's the burliest in her design as you get her out here, and still moves pretty well off of both ends. I think just one that you got to kind of find and gravitate to win the class. I like the refinement and the sharpness of the heifer in second, laid in smooth at the point of her shoulder and really attractive up through her front end. It looks like a lady. With that, though, she doesn't have quite the density and burliness of the heifer we have that wins the class. She wants to get out power just a little bit. But I thought in terms of comfort level and still having some structural integrity, she's the one we're going to land on for second in this group. A good red heifer to come out in third that's sensibly sized, got an easy keep and look about her. Just a little duller as you study her from the profile in relation to those top two cattle. Wants to get just a nickel more hesitant up out of her shoulder. The next heifer can inject some power, no doubt about it. Probably as thick and wide and deep as any heifer we have other than our class winner. She just gets a little timid as she grabs the ground, a little set out in her shoulder, and we need to set her ankle down a little bit differently. Heifer that closed the class, probably a slight edge structurally over the heifer that goes right ahead of her. She just runs out of gas, though, as we look at her in the center part of her body, get up in front of her and around from behind, just closes up too much. But still a useful kind of a female to close out.
Well, congratulations in Class 59, here in your Senior Heifer Calf Division. First place will go to back number 8414. That's J.C. Follow You to Virgie, 222K, exhibited by J.C. Forbes. Second place in congratulations, Molly Anderson, Marion, North Carolina. Third place went to Buffalo Livestock of Leavenworth, Kansas. Fourth place will go to Brad McWilliams in Hilltop Farms. And fifth place in congratulations will go to Dylan Phelps. We'll now bring Class 60 into the ring. These are senior heifer calves born September to October of 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jim Norick Arena over here in Ring 1. We're excited to get started with your National Junior Red Angus show. We are going to start with our percentage show. We're excited to welcome your judge today, Mr. Tim Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, of Schaefer Show Cattle. His wife, Emily, and sons, Braylon and Collier, live there in Hagerstown, Indiana. Schaefer Show Cattle is a 250-head multi-breed operation. The program focuses heavily on the junior show heifer market, extensive genetic sales, as well as campaigning a strong lineup of maternal-driven bulls from semen sales. With the Schaefer Show Cattle team, Tim has been fortunate enough to exhibit, sell, and raise multiple national champion females and bulls over the past 20 years. Over the last 8 years, Tim has judged the North American, the American Royal, Fort Worth, and many state fairs across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Welcome Mr. Tim Schaefer here to the Jim Norick Arena. We've got our first class in the ring over here in ring 1 for your percentage Red Angus show. First class is May Heifer calves.
Another very good class of females and very competitive all the way through, and a good heifer to lead off with. Really angular about her shoulder, really a smooth made kind of a female. Again, I think her advantage, and we start to sound like a broken record the longer we've gone on, just structural integrity, I think elevates her to the forefront. Hind leg construction, very well presented, good looking kind of a female that's attractive, very nice heifer to win the class. Female that comes in second, you like a lot of things about, really sleek about her design, really sets her neck up nice at the top of her shoulder. She's a little straighter though off the edge and the base of her shoulder in relation to the heifer that wins the class. I didn't see her being quite as comfortable, but still a striking look to that heifer and some power in her. Same for the heifer in third, shoulders back, really a wide kind of a female in terms of her construction, a little sluggish in the way she goes off of her front end, not quite as elevated as our top 2 cattle. Next female's deep bodied, a lot of capacity, a little chuffier up and through her front end, maybe just a little plainer in her look. The red heifer's a good bodied female that's got some doability to her. She too, like the heifer right ahead of her, just didn't have enough presence to compete. Then a pair of cattle that are very similar on the end. Both cattle that got some dimension to them. They just don't piece together quite as nicely as their contemporaries from the side.
Well, it's an honor to be out here sorting your Red Angus and your percentage cattle, and just the show I've been looking forward to since we got the call to come out here. Just excited with the quality and the prestige of this place to be down here sorting the livestock, and what a way to kick off with this percentage female. Young man's May female as just a single entry here, but still one loaded with quality. This one's design, this one's build is truly good. I think one that still reads very, very maternal in her kind. I like the shape and her turn to her rib for her maturity and her size right now. She's good about her hip. I think a female that's really nice about her foot shape, her foot size, one that gets out with some athleticism. I think one maybe you could tweak just in the way her shoulders laid on, her skeleton just a notch, but in terms of just high quality pieces in a fundamental package, really high quality way to start off the show. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our percentage show over here in the Red Angus ring. First place in class 1, we go to Camden Flippo, Rush Springs, Oklahoma, with FFF pick C3148. We'll now bring in class 2. These will be March heifer calves. Back over in the balancer ring, results from Class 60 Spring Heifer Calves. First place went to T-Bar S, Miss 24 Carat 1167 KET, exhibited by Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington. Second place in that class, exhibited by Justin Herlin, Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. Third place, we'll go to Rory Rook of Lamar, Missouri. Fourth place was exhibited by Hadley Ketcherside. Fifth place went to Drew Stock. Sixth place in that class was exhibited by Addison Prim, and seventh place also by Addison Prim. Now currently in ring 2, we have your first and seconds, and our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, will select his champion reserve.
Another good division here in the balancer side, and a good pair of cattle out of each class. I think respective first and seconds are still just very useful in their kind, but still kind of a runaway for me in this particular group. A flat-shouldered, good-looking heifer that's mobile, one that's got some stoutness as you take her to the ground, and very well presented. This heifer out of Class 2 is going to be our division champion. Congratulations, this young man. Good job, buddy.
Congratulations in this division, your balancer ring. Your champion going to T-Bar S, Miss 24 Carat, exhibited by Avon Moon.
I think this heifers are similar here in contention for reserve, but I'm going to keep the pair of classmates together. I see just enough more stretch and power here in this reserve. She's going to, the second place heifer is going to follow her through.
And congratulations, reserve senior heifer calf, going to Justin Herlin, Blue Jacket, Oklahoma, with Prima Donna K272ET. We'll now look to bring in your intermediate heifer division. There'll be one class in this division.
This second class, and just a pair in here, but boy, just in terms of their quality and their pieces, just a really, really high quality pair of heifers. I like both these heifers a good bit, and what they bring to the table, I think, offer a lot of good in them. For me, the one that's going to lead off the class, I think just in terms of her softness of structure, a little bit extra and durable foot underneath her, and I like the way this one plants as she gets off her rear two and goes. I think a female that ties in just blends a little smoother, a little seamlessly from her shoulder to her forerib to her midrib, one that's still really bold and opened up about her body shape. I like her hip. I really like the hip and hind leg this one has. Not as neat and as chiseled and as sculpted through her head and the base of her throat, but still one that ties high, really elegant from the side. Still plenty feminine enough for me. I just think this one ties a lot of nice things together. The one that has the most outward pieces here is the female here in second. Really eccentric the way this one ties out of her shoulder. Really good about her head and her neck. I think a female that's got plenty of power and punch to her and still handles it plenty good as she goes. She's not as big and soft-footed as that class winner, but one that still has plenty enough to her. I think just a really high-quality pair.
Well, I think this is a close placing over here on the balancer side, and honestly, if you tweak one area on the young man's heifer, I think she wins easily, and then you're gonna start trying to weigh totals. I am gonna start with the young man's heifer. I just think she puts too much good together, and I know she needs to be a little looser constructed, but the extra bone and mass and power that she has with that really elegant, attractive look, on a stand, if these were standing still, this heifer, I think, wins it pretty easy. She needs to move a little better. I understand that, but I just think you have to give up too much in terms of density and just look and eye appeal to beat her in this class. I wish she moved a little better. If she had the running gear that the second place heifer had, then I think it'd be lights out. But, you know, if I was skinny, I wouldn't be fat. So, you know, you got to look at them here. I like them both. I just think that heifer's got a little more good in her. This heifer moves better, no doubt about it. She's got a little more flexibility to her. I just don't read her having quite that same level of quality from the profile or the extra intangibles that we find in the class winner. But that's a close pair. If you want to side with structure, use that heifer. I just think there's too much good in the heifer that wins the class.
We'll keep it moving through this first division in our percentage show, and just a trio of good stock out here. I think three of these heifers bring a lot of good to the table, bring a lot of good to the breed industry. We had that single class winner there and talked, and just her cowiness and her maternal look. I think a female for a May still holds her own out here. I like the balance, I like the design. Maybe not some of the unique pieces that the pair of heifers had out of that last class, but one in terms of just her quality lines, her quality build. I think there's still a lot of good in that heifer. We just talked that pair of high quality females. We preferred the one with just a little extra softness of foot, a little more length to her hip, a little bit more just cow-like look to this one, but really like the exotic pieces of that one that went second. I think the quality alone in that last pair out of your last class, let's give them a round. We're going to keep those two young ladies together. They'll be your calf in reserve. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the balancer ring, results of the intermediate heifer division. Your champion exhibited by Kyson Teal, Cost City, Oklahoma, and reserve champion went to Carson Youngblood, Columbus, Kansas. Now in ring 2 is class 64. This is your late spring yearling division. Back over in the red Angus ring, results of your first division in our percentage show coming out of class 2. Your March heifers, your champion will go to Elise Lenz, Creston, Iowa with MCL Smiles 3011, and reserve champion Spring Calf will go to Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma with MF Katie 347. We're now going to bring in class 3. These will be February heifer calves.
We'll kick off this next division with the February female and just a single entry, but I think a female in terms of her lines and her look and her design could withstand some competition, especially you get this female right here on the stand and get her parked. I think she presents and showcases a lot of good that's in her. I think a female that we bring some others out here, we could break her down in terms of maybe some structural tweaks, but in terms of just her lines, her look, her balance, and her design, I think is truly, truly good right there. For me, we maybe just have a little more authority as she gets out of her hip and her hind leg, open her up from her point of her shoulders, open her up and give a little true more width up through that front third of her skeleton. But in terms of just high quality pieces, let's congratulate her on a high quality single entry.
Another nice trio over here on the balancer side. And the heifer that wins the class, I think, again, does so pretty comfortably for me. You talk about one that's got some spread, some upper shape to her, really nice out through her hip and her hind leg. A female that's fresh enough, I think, at this stage of the game. One that's got some density, got some power to her. Looks like she's starting to shake down a nice little udder underneath of her. A good heifer there to lead off the class. She just kind of overwhelms the next heifer from a bone and a power perspective. But this is a nice, really typey kind of a female. Going to make a real useful kind of a replacement when you get her into production. Kind of what you see is what you get on this heifer. Maybe not the extra intangibles as the class winner, but still very solid in her makeup. And another brood cow here to come in third. She's deep-bodied, a lot of spring of rib. I like the volume and capacity this heifer has. A little piecier maybe, doesn't balance quite as nicely as the top two, but I think going to make a very fundamentally correct, good female. Got a gorgeous udder starting to lay in underneath of her. Looks like she's going to enter motherhood right when she needs to. Nice trio of females.
Well, congratulations back over in the Percentage Red Angus show. Your February class and also your junior calf champion exhibited by Avery Coivisto of Cromwell, Minnesota with BJF Farah 3020L. Now in the ring is class 4. These will be winner heifer calves. In the balancer ring, results of your late spring yearling division. Your champion went to back number 8435. That was Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. And reserve champion went to Molly Anderson of Marion, North Carolina. Now entering the ring is class 66. These are junior yearlings born January to February of 22.
Another nice pair of these percentage cattle and a nice one to lead off in terms of just having some extra looseness of skeleton, a little bit more reach and attractiveness as she gets out and goes on the move. I think one that still blends together really, really nice. We talk about the extra structural advantage. I think she just carries a little bit more cow and true width from end to end. One that's there on the stand still gives you a high quality maternal look. One that's not just totally unique out to that front third, but blends in and ties so nice out of her shoulder, bounces back. She's good about her center body. She's good about her hip. I just like the added foot and features she has underneath her, and I think there's a distinct advantage in terms of that foundation to go ahead and lead this class. The heifer that's in second, I still, in terms of just her balance and her look, I appreciate that about her. I'd like to make her a little bit more softer and maternal about it, the way she carries her rib. I think a female, you get her out in the go, gets a little high and tight in that spine, wants to drop her pins as she goes, maybe just square her up from end to end, but sure appreciate the condition, the look, and the design that female has. A nice pair right there to start this division.
Well, congratulations, your champion fall heifer calf exhibited by Cameron Parrish of El Dorado Springs, Missouri, with ALT 1116K, and reserve champion in that division will go to Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in Class 5. These will be summer yearling heifers.
a nice trio of females here, some A's and Junes out here in this class, and there's some give and take, and especially on the top side of this pair. I think one maybe just a little bit more maternal in the design, one that adds a little bit more feature and power to it, and I think both these females off the front end of their skeletons, we could tweak and just assemble them a little differently as they get out and go. For me though, where I just, in terms of my priorities, I land on the young man's heifer here in terms of just a little bit more maternal in her body shape. I like the hip and the hind leg this female has. I think there's just plenty of cow written all over this one. And in terms of her condition and where she's assembled out here for me today, I think she carries just a notch more true shape, true turn to the lower third of her body cavity. I think a female is just a little bolder in the way she's designed there. I like how she's tucked up in the base of her throat down into her chest. I think a female that really gives you a nice look, especially right here on the stand. She gets out and goes. I'd like to just reassemble her there from her shoulder to her knee, just let her get out and go a little freer as she goes. But I think in terms of quality pieces, especially right there on the stand and in the best condition for me, that's the one we draw to in this class. The one here in 2, you love this thing's length and just design, the extra horsepower she has. Still, for one that is that long bodied, can still get out and go off her rear 2 extremely nice. For me, I like to redefine the way her head and her neck's assembled, maybe just make her a shot more feminine up through the front third of her skeleton, clean her up in her chest just a notch more. And for me, where I just kind of reassemble her, rolls out of that front third just a notch more than I like to see out here. I like to just turn her in the way she's from the point of her shoulders to the base of her knee. But in terms of power, length, and design, you sure appreciate the quality that thing brings out here for us today. The one that's going to round out and conclude this class, just in terms of size and scale, she is the youngest out here, but I'd like to see just a notch more of her for her body tile compared to those few heifers above her. I'd like to make her a notch more athletic as she goes off those rear 2 comparably to the 2 that preceded her in this class. But I like her freshness, I like her usefulness, I like her femininity up to the front third. We like to just maybe make her a little freer as she gets out of that rear skeleton.
You know, you got a good class, a good breed when you got a class of big heifers that are all this nice. And honestly, you could load all these up, take them home, make brood cows out of them. And yet this one that wins the class, just pretty unique, I think, in terms of her type and her kind. She's just a beast in terms of body and so fresh in her makeup and yet so effortless when she gets out and travels. This heifer's just got so many good things about her, and she's just so unique. And, you know, to me, you wouldn't even know she was a balancer. You could call her a lot of different things. She's just that kind. I think just a very good heifer to lead off the class. And this one right here is, she's stout. You talk about one that's wide open from end to end. She's bold, she's dimensional, got great big feet underneath of her, a good hind leg. You know, I think she's probably so easy keeping that she's just maybe not quite as unique through her front end as the heifer that wins the class. But you talk about one that's going to make some impact, I think, in the donor setting. That's a very high quality heifer to come in second. Just not quite as tidy as our class winner. But to be that massive and be that stout and move like she does, that's a very unique animal. This heifer here could have won a lot of classes that we've had. She's really good in her own right. She's long-bodied. She's extended. She just doesn't have some of those extras of the top 2 cattle in terms of bone and power and body. But in her own right, that's a very unique kind of a female. She maybe, as you watch her go right away from you, swings them out just a little bit. Just not as much of that heifer in relation to the top 2. Big opened up heifer that's deep and again high performing, come out next, a little more fragile in her design, maybe just starting to show some wear and tear up through her front end from a condition standpoint. But what a brood cow she'll make when she lays down and enters motherhood, another very useful kind of a female. This heifer's stout, really dimensional, like the foot size and the bone work that she's got, a little cumbersome in the way she travels out of her shoulder. I'd like to just loosen her up a pinch from a structure standpoint, but boy, one that's wide open in her framework and got lots of horsepower. Same for the next female. Big feet underneath this heifer, really heavy duty in terms of her foundation. The young lady does an exquisite job getting this heifer presented. She just got to move a little better for me up and through her front end, way she grabs the ground, but like the horsepower she brings to the table as well. Probably give up a little bone and feature in this red heifer, but I certainly like her design. If you had 50 cows that look like that, they'd keep you in the business. She's functional, she's useful, she's nice in her makeup. She just kind of gets overwhelmed by them stouties ahead of her. And we got a really nice heifer to close the class. I mean, this heifer here she's moderate, she's sensibly sized, she gets overwhelmed in this particular group, but that's still a quality animal to end a class. a testament to the breeders, a very high-quality group here to end our show.
Well, congratulations back over in the percentage Red Angus ring, your intermediate champion heifer, going to back number 50,012. That was exhibited by Jackson Staggs, Wayne, Oklahoma. Reserve in that division was exhibited by Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma. Currently in ring 1, we have our final class and division here in your percentage Red Angus show. Back over in the balancer ring, the final division just exited the ring. Your division champion, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Kyla, 549 KET. Reserve in that division will go to back number 8441. That was exhibited by Corbin Lowe, Winfield, Kansas. Third place exhibited by Lucky Cross Ranch. Fourth place went to Rochelle Anderson. Fifth place exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Sixth place exhibited by Brenly Alber. Seventh place went to Hayden Tabor, and eighth place went to Brittany Jewel Anderson. At this time in ring 2, we're going to bring in all those division champion reserves, and our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, balancer female, here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you liked the job he did today in the cattle in the ring, let's put our hands together for Dr. Blake Bloomberg and all of our exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress and our Galvian Balancer shows. Also, just a note to the Red Angus exhibitors, we're going to take a brief photo break after the selection of our champion reserve percentage females.
Oh, a really nice class over here in our percentage side, and heifers again on the top side, you know, maybe built from a different cloth, and I won't argue with you if you want to switch them up a little bit, but I still think just in terms of their quality, they're very good out here. Both these heifers bring a lot to the table, and taking nothing away from the ones over there against the rail, I think just the quality was so good, but this pair elevated it a notch more, and maybe, you know, go back for a second look and kind of just break them down for you. The young lady's heifer that's going to lead off, boy, and just in terms of her cow-like look, the added dimension, the added mass, this one brings just a lot out here in terms of quality pieces and just a lot of good in her. I love the shape and the term and her body. She's opened up in her rib and still gets out and goes and handles that rear end structure extremely well. I like the angle and the design of this one's shoulder a notch better than the heifer in second. I wish she wouldn't turn and rotate as much as she does off those front two, but I still think on the stand that one's design, that one's slope suits me a little bit more ideally out of the front third of her skeleton, the way she's built and the way she's hinged, just likes to roll off those front two a notch more. But the heifer here in second, boy, in terms of just fresh condition, unique look from the side, this one is so good at the base of her throat, so good at the base of her chest, blends back, still has plenty of body for her type and her condition and her freshness out here, and I sure appreciate that about her. I think one that's bold about her foot size, good about her bone work, one that gets out and, like I said, handles it extremely, extremely well. I think one that's just a little more vertical and upright in the front third of her skeleton, and one I'd like to just pull apart there from her shoulder to her forerib. Maybe doesn't tie and balance up as nice as her class winner, but one that's very, very unique and eccentric in terms of how she's built, constructed on the stand. This female here in third, I think in terms of just balance, build, and genuine cow-like look, especially on the stand. This one ties and blends extremely, extremely well from nose to tail. Way she flows back from her forerib to her midrib. She's good about her hip. For me out here, as we get her out in the go and ask this female to the lead, I just like to see her a little bit more athleticism, take a little bit more longer reach as she gets off those rear two, but still in terms of having the right lines, the right angles, I think that's a really high quality female in terms of the way she's hinged and built. The cream colored female that's going to round out the class. A really high quality female here to have to end up on the bottom in terms of just her cow-like, her dimension, her body, just a lot of quality pieces in that one. She just planes up and closes up comparatively to the cattle above her. She's a little heavier in her condition for me out here compared to the few above her, but still in terms of body, build, and kind, that one still has a lot of unique pieces to her. Just a really high quality of four females there. Congratulations to them.
Well, as we come to the conclusion of the Balancer show, Shane Bedwell alluded to it earlier, and I want to draw everybody's attention over here to this picture of Gerald Callahan. And Gerald was a dear friend of mine and somebody that we lost, and he discussed that. And when you, a titan in the beef industry is what Gerald Callahan was, and you did not have to agree with him, and he didn't care. He was somebody I learned a lot from, and I lost two of my great mentors in the last 18 months when we lost my dad in May of 2022. And this is my dad's tie that I wore the day that we buried him. And my dad was not built like me, so I had to kind of get this tie over my torso today. It's a little harder to do than it was for him. But I feel Gerald's presence here, and I know we all do, and it's such a great loss for the industry. And Gerald was a man that, he just made a lot of things happen, including the Congress, along with Jimmy Harrell and Tyler, and I saw Jimmy here earlier. But I can't help but think that he would be here, and I know he would. He'd be giving me a hard time down there because somebody brought me a sandwich in the middle of the show, and he just was a unique individual. So it's hard. You lose people in your life, and I got to judge across from Timmy today, who I have a lot of respect for, and Shane Bedwell. And, in 20 years, we're not going to remember who won this show today, but we're going to remember the friendships that we have. And I spent a lot of time in Oklahoma, have since moved, but it's a special place, no doubt about it. This is a special venue and a special event. And these Gelbvieh Balancers, both have blown me away in terms of quality. I think that you should, as a breed, should be excited. These cattle have a niche and they fit in. They're just really good. And, you don't have to agree with the ones that I use. I think there's really 3 or 4 of these that come into contention, kind of like the Gelbvieh show, but you should be proud as breeders. I thought the bulls were good. I thought the females were good. I think this has just been an excellent show. But if you get some time throughout the week, if you think about Gerald, keep his wife, Jennifer, the ranch crew, his son, Ryan, and his other 2 kids in your thoughts and prayers, because we often think about Gerald. And I don't know how many times over the last week I picked my phone up just to shoot the breeze with him because I respected him so much. And he touched so many people that are in this industry. So before we select the champion, I want you to give these exhibitors a great round of applause. This has been a killer show. I've enjoyed it. Show them your appreciation. We'll get you a Grand Reserve.
And congratulations, your grand champion balancer female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, the Jim Norick Arena, Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Kyla, 549 KET.
Well, we worked our way through this percentage show, and we get all these division winners and reserves back out here. You know, not just the pure in terms of quality or in numbers, but in our quality, it's been extremely, extremely good. And while I have the opportunity, just to, you know, remiss on what Blake spoke over there, and it's an honor to be able to sort across the ring from a good friend of mine and one I got to grow up with. And obviously, like he stated, with Gerald and even his father, you know, two mentors of mine and guys I looked up to extremely well. So it was nice on him to speak on their behalf and not shun over there in that ring. So it's truly an honor to judge next to Blake and everybody that's walked through this ring so far. But to the cattle out here, I think this percentage show has been extremely, extremely good. Started off with that first division, those two pair of red females that came out of that second class in terms of just their quality, their good, their usefulness, their extra pieces that can carry on as they mature. And I think both those heifers are going to have an extremely, extremely good run the next year, year and a half, because just in terms of their build, their balance, their look, and their symmetry, they got all the right pieces and they got the right hinge work to kind of go and grow and turn into extremely high quality females. And I think females that definitely draw your attention out here in terms of being in the competition for this overall prize. I think their quality presents that. The cream colored heifer that won that single division there, boy, this one on the stand you truly like. I think just the way she blends from her nose to her tail, her balance, her look, the way she ties out of the top side of her shoulder, she gives you such a really quality look from the side. We talked in that single class about breaking her down, her structure, widening her, and just giving her a little bit more true base width, and just giving her a little bit more athleticism off her rear too. But I still think her lines are right, her build's right. There's a lot of quality and a lot of utility in that female to go on. Our next division winner was just a long-sided one that had tons of power, a big hip in that kind of a female. Not some of the shape and the body and the turn to the lower rib as some of the heifers on either end of her, but I still think in terms of just her lines, her look, her balance, and her design, a female that still got out and went extremely nice off her rear too. I thought a female just balanced up in this lineup extremely well. And then we had that next division with some trade-offs in this class. Really like this one on the stand, young man. I think this one's body shape's so good. I thought her hip and her hind leg, her athleticism, and just the way she handled that rear too was extremely good. We talked in that division about tweaking her, the way she's assembled off the front third of her skeleton, just give her a little bit more slope and angle as she gets out and goes, but still like the cow-like look and the design in that one. And then just like the first division, this last division concluded with another pair of solid red females and built from a different cloth. I thought both of them heifers bring a little bit differences on how they can be utilized in the kids' programs, but I think just in terms of the quality pieces, the one that led off this class, boy, that one had the structure underneath her. She's big, she's bold, like just the feature and the design in this one. She's not the coolest throated one, she's not the just wildest looking one, but I love how that female ties into her shoulder, blends back, big and bold about her rib shape. I really like this one's hip and her hind leg, and she gets out and goes. We tweaked on her and said she rolls out of that front end and plants and twists off that front leg just a notch, but I still think the angle and the design of her shoulder's right, and then so much power and broodiness, still in a cool, unique design. I think that's a really high quality one, and boy, we had an extremely fresh, attractive one there that went second in that, or reserve in that division, excuse me, and I think that pair definitely draws up into contention. So if you would, ringside, we're going to go take another look, but let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent junior percentage show.
Well, as Mr. Schaefer is selecting his grand reserve here in your percentage Red Angus show, we do want to highlight your reserve back over here in the balancer ring. Congratulations went to Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington, with Butler's Miss Lola, 133L. Well, congratulations, your grand champion percentage, Red Angus heifer here in your junior show. We'll go to Emory Bowers, Yukon, Oklahoma, with PBRS KC 2120K. And your reserve grand champion here in the percentage, Red Angus, also coming out of that final division. Congratulations, Ben Spencer Gibbon, Nebraska, with J6 Red Ruby 655 KET. Again, congratulations to all of the juniors here in your percentage show. We are going to break for photos real quick. We'll be back with your National Junior Red Angus show.
When it comes to raising champions, only the best will do. At Purina Honor Show, we're not just another feed company. We're the feed company that champions trust. Our livestock feed is developed and trusted by industry leaders, backed by decades of expertise. But we don't stop there. With more than 120 years of research-driven solutions and more than 125 approved patents, you can trust that we don't cut corners because champions deserve the best. Yet we're not just invested in your livestock, we're invested in your youth, the future of our industry. We're proud of the next generation, and we're here to support them every step of the way on their journey to greatness. So if you're looking to raise champions, trust the feed that feeds champions. Purina Honor Show, where champions are made. Let's continue to feed greatness. Visit purinamills.com/showfeed to learn more.
We would like to also announce for your Galvia and Balancer show your premier breeder and exhibitor. Congratulations to the Judd Ranch, Pomona, Kansas. We'd also like to announce the Balancer Bull Futurity Scholarship will go to Gentry Warner. Again, congratulations to all the exhibitors today in our Galvia and Balancer shows.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you.
Well, it looks like we're about ready to get started with your National Junior Red Angus Show. First class in the ring will be Class 1A. These are May Heifer calves. We're excited to welcome back our judge, Mr. Tim Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana.
We'll kick off the Purebred show here, and this first class, a nice group, and excited to what's to come here, and I think a nice pair of heifers, and we kind of break on down the line here, and it just kind of breaks down and it lines pretty nicely for me. The young man's heifer that's going to lead off, I think just in terms of balance and the way this one flows and transitions, the way this one's skeleton's built, especially top side of her structure is really nice. I think a female that just blends so well from end to end. I think her balance on the stand is truly good, and I think that's where she holds the advantage in the class. She's bold about her forerib, but still youthful and right in terms of her maturity for this stage of the game. I like the angles and design to her lower structure, and when you get her out and go, she's still flexible. She still has some give and some softness to that structure. One, you can, in terms of just widen her in her skeleton base, I think you could do so. Widen that one from her hip to her hock to the surface, just a notch as she gets away from you. But just her cow-like and a maternal look from the side, still very feminine, still very flexible. I think that one's angles and lines just read the most correct and the most true out here. I think there's some give and take, but in terms of size and length and quality, this young lady's heifer just kind of rolls up there into the second pole. I think in terms on just side view look and the design kind of closely matches my class winner. She's good about her head, good about her throat. I like the way it's assembled and attaches to the front side of her skeleton. Still good enough about her body shape, not that it's opened up or as soft as her class winner. And one obviously being a little shorter in that tail, maybe doesn't give her as much balance and look from the side as that class winner. But I like her lines, I like her design. One that's very flexible off her rear two. We'd like to give her a little bit more slope and angulation off the front third of her skeleton. But in terms of just her lines and her design, I think is very, very nice. Boy, this one in third on the stand, I absolutely love this female. So neat, so youthful, so attractive the way she's designed out through the front third. Really neat about her head and her crest, the way it's assembled to her shoulder. I think this one bounces up. I like her rib shape for her age and her stage of her maturity. Her length of her hip is so good. And the design of her hind leg is awesome when it's on the stand. When we get that one on the go, that's where I'd like to change her. She just gets a little more restricted, a little bit more tight out of her spine and out through her hip as she gets out and goes. But just in terms of her unique look and the design, that's still an extremely high quality kind of a calf. Some punch and some power in this heifer here, and I think this one's got a really bright future. Really good about her look, really good about her throat and her neck, the way it's attached there. Her body shape's still very good. Maybe not the squarest and most opened up one in terms of where her pin set is, but I still think a female that's got some power, very, very attractive as she gets out and goes off her rear two. I think a female just in terms of maybe balancing her up and squaring her up out of her pins and out through her tail head, I think that heifer is going to have a lot of fun out through that time for that young lady. Young man that's going to close out the class, one that's got some extra power and horsepower to her. I appreciate that about her. In terms of just balance and lower symmetry, this one washes out, planes up in terms of how her chest sits into her, correlation to where her flank lays into her, and that might just take away from her a notch as she gets out here above a few others. But you appreciate the openness and the added mass for this young man. A really, really nice class. Congratulations all 5 of those and kicking off the Red Angus show.
Well, congratulations in our May Heifer Calf class. First place exhibited by Eli Rogers Cattle of Stratford, Missouri, with Red Northline Cassidy. Second place and congratulations exhibited by Madeline Eathington of Danville, Kentucky. Third place was exhibited by Delaney Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana. Fourth place went to Avery Staggs, Wayne, Oklahoma. And fifth place went to Spencer McCrary of Carbon, Texas. We'll now bring in Class 1B. These will also be May Heifer calves.
a nice class here and a nice group of young people all the way from top to bottom doing a really good job getting these cattle exhibited. And I just think, in terms of one kicking off, this one that's going to lead off the class, and from the minute she came in the ring, I think just draws your attention, and then on the go, and then right there on the stand, I think the looks equally as good, and I like this one's kind. I like her build, just like the youthfulness in this one, very assertive, very attractive up to the front third, one that's still so good and bold about her body. I love the length and the design of her hip, the attractiveness of her hind leg. You take this one to the surface. I like her foot size. I like her foot shape. I just like this one's overall build. It suits me very nice off all four hinges of her body skeleton, one that still gives you a very attractive look, but still very maternal and cowy in her overall design. I think just a really, really nice place to lead off. The one here in second, in terms of her body shape, her rib design, I like her hip as well. Just doesn't have quite the length, the look, the overall extension as our class winner, one that just comes in a little bit more moderation, a little bit more of a compact feature, but still in terms of just her trueness and her build and her kind, it's very good. I think there's a lot of cow-like look in this one that's maybe not as neat and just as crisp as that one out of her head and her neck as our class winner, but still bold about her rib shape, big about her hip, one that still stands on a nice amount of feature and foot. I think a female that still handles it and stays collectively and athletically as she gets out and goes. Just like to see a little bit more size and scale. The female here in third, I think another one in terms we've talked throughout the day. On the stand, I appreciate this female. I think a lot of length, a lot of body, a lot of cowiness, a female that gives you a good look. I think a female that handles it nice and good off her rear two. I like to just change the way this one's constructed and assembled out of her shoulder and down into her knee, give a shot more slope, let that one get out and go just a notch more athletically out of her front third. But in terms of her lines and her build from there back, it's very, very nice as well to go there. The young man that's going to come forth, I think another one in terms of just the right kind. I like this female. I like to just see a little bit more of her, see a little bit more size and scale about her, maybe balance this one up in the lower third of her body shape just a notch more. But I think in terms of just build, it's very, very nice. And then the female rounding out the class, the young man does a really nice job getting this one presented. I like to see her just get out and go with a little bit more authority from her hip to the hock to the surface. Just give her a little bit more flexibility and give off those rear two. But you sure appreciate the look and the length of this female. So feminine up to the front third of her skeleton. We can tweak this one in terms of just how we adapt her to get out and go and have a little bit more gear as she gets out. The young man still there on the stand. You have a very, very beautifully presented female that you do a really good job getting her put together. Really nice class, excellent class winner right there in your second class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our second class of May Heifer calves. First place to go to Chayton Day with FCFR Saucy 347. Second place was exhibited by Camden Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Eric Hamill of Noble, Oklahoma. Fourth place and congratulations went to Brigham Otto of Covington, Texas. And fifth place exhibited by Cale Head. We'll now look to see Class 2A here in the Red Angus ring. These are April Heifer calves. We would like to let everyone know here in the Jim Norick Arena, the Red Angus Youth Expo Junior Online fundraiser auction is open on SC Online Sales. It is open through tomorrow. We've got some great lots donated. If you're interested in giving back to the youth and supporting our Red Angus community, please be sure to jump on to SC Online Sales and check out that fundraiser auction open through tomorrow. We'd like to let all of our Red Angus Junior exhibitors know that we will be bringing back the top 2 of each class that are bred and owned and doing a bred and owned grand drive after the selection of a regular grand drive. Again, it will not be a separate show. If you were the top 2 in your class, bred and owned, we are going to bring those back for a bred and owned grand drive after our initial grand drive here in the Junior Red Angus Show.
when we start to heat things up. And boy, this class is really, really good from top to bottom, and we're just getting started. But one of the deepest classes of just generally good cattle and some fun pieces to break down and to sort, and just maybe some different molds and different kinds, but just really high quality cattle. And this trio of 3, and taking nothing away from even 4 or 5 all the way down through, this class carried a lot of good from end to end, and it was a lot of fun to break down. For me, the heifer I'm gonna lead off with, I think just in terms of having the most extras while still staying collected, and all these cattle out here are fighting it a little bit, and I think when these cattle settle in and relax, boy, this is a lighter colored one here that's going to lead off. Just the added foot size, the foot shape, and just the way it's built from the bottom up. And then you look at that one in terms of all our extras, their added body shape, big hip, opened up in terms of having some added mass, and then still staying fairly feminine up to the front third of her design. I think that one, just in terms of her cow potential and her unique look, matched with all that body and mass and the extra structure to go with. I sure like that one. A nice way to start off. I think this pair here in 2 and 3 are built very, very similar, and I think the quality and the pieces are right there with a lot of these cattle. For me, the one that's going to go here in 2 just has a notch more added body. There's a notch more foot and feature underneath this one. Still one that gives you such an attractive look from the side. So well balanced, well designed. She ties and angles appropriately out through the front third of her skeleton. She's still bold about her rib. I like to pull her apart in her rib comparably to where it hooks up to her shoulder, comparably to our class winner, but I still think in terms of her usefulness, her uniqueness of a design, that one's extra cool right there, especially from the side. Just maybe pull her apart and make her a notch more mature, as she has a little bit more look there as it blends together, but a nice one to go too. This one in 3, boy, when it's on the stand right there, that is as good of a look from the side as any in this class. This one is so unique, so chiseled from the base of her throat down into her chest, so neat and descriptive about how her head shape is and how it's assembled to her carriage, still maternal in her body shape. For me out here, comparably to those 2 above her, I'd like to just see a little bit more. I'd like to open this one up just a notch more, give her just a shade more foot size, just a shade more bone comparably to those few heifers above her. But in terms of her lines, her angles, and her design, it is very, very good. The future is so bright with that one. I love the maturity she comes out here today. I'd like to just see her a little bit more of her comparably. Boy, this one here in 4 is good livestock. She's big featured, she's big footed, she's loose structured. She's not blessed with the hair coat those few heifers above her have. She's not maybe as unique and neat about how her skull shape is, but still one that's very, very maternal. She's bold about her body. I like her hip size. I like her hip design. Very, very functional off those rear 2. That female's fighting it just a notch more, but there's so much good in that heifer. I think there's a lot of fun and a lot of utility in that one. I prefer the length, the look, and the freshness of the design of this heifer here that's going to come next. I like to see her just a shot more athletic, a little shot more functional off those rear 2 as she gets out and goes. But I love her body shape. I love her added look. Like the length of her hip comparatively to 2 heifers below her. That's what gets the nod up here. I like to see her just get out and go with another gear. But I think in terms of freshness, I appreciate her. We got 2 heifers that are coming out to conclude the class. Bold-bodied, big hip kind of a females. For me, both these heifers are just carrying a notch extra condition out here comparably to their maturity. Both of them are fighting it just a little bit more. I think this one has just a shot more looseness of skeleton underneath it all comparably, but I still appreciate all that body, all that hip size. I like to see just a little bit more length and look out of her. And the young man's heifer that's going to conclude the class right there. Big hip, bold-bodied. That's extremely high-quality female to be at the bottom end of this class. I like to see her just balance up, freshen up comparably, just clean her the way she lays in and on her chest compared to a few above her. But in terms of still having a really nice cow-like design, I think there's a lot of good, a lot of utilization in that one. Awesome class, awesome trio on the top side. Congratulations to all.
Well, congratulations in Class 2A, April Heifer Calves here in your Red Angus show. First place exhibited by Alexis Wright with Leon's Angels Embrace 030. Second place in that class, and congratulations go to Kaylee Bragg, Salado, Texas, with Red Diamond Sweet Pea 349. Third place exhibited by Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Fourth place went to Zachary Griffith of Marietta, Oklahoma. Fifth place, and congratulations to Ethan Rogers, Stratford, Missouri. Sixth place exhibited by Chris Richard of Blanchard, Oklahoma. And seventh place exhibited by Briar Bananahan. We're now going to bring in Class 2B. These will be April Heifer Calves.
Another nice class out here, and all these are maybe fighting it just a notch more. And I know our class winner is just kind of fighting and a little more miserable out here. But this one's pieces are still more my kind, and like the class winner there we had right before this one, just this thing's body shape and her boldness to her rib, her maternal look, and I mean, she's just beating that tail right now. But in terms of this thing's kind and her trueness when she come in the ring, I still like this one's build. I like her foot shape, the angulation of her design. I think one that has the right pieces, just not in the right mindset out here. But when she actually settles in and feels comfortable, I just like the kind and the shape this one presents. Still attractive, still assertive out through the front third of her skeleton. She's my kind of look in terms of just her body shape, her boldness there. Still opens up with some true mass and dimension there. And then really just like this one's build and this one's kind from the surface up, just reads really, really true and correct. This female here in second is not the most opened up in body shape or depth of body out here. But her freshness, the condition is so good, and I think this one in terms of just build and design is absolutely spot on, and that's what gets her all the way up here in this class. This one's not anywhere close to being ready, and that's all right. I think there's a lot of days ahead of this one, but this one's motion and range of motion is so good. I love the added length of design. I love this way that she attaches out of her shoulder. She sets that neck up there. Young lady gets her parked from the side, and she gives you an absolute awesome look from that vantage point, and then you ask her to go. Just so good and loose constructed as she gets out and goes, so mobile in her type and kind, and I think that's one you can hinge a lot around. Just a lot of good and utility in that one. We got a pair here in 3 and 4 in terms of just being a little bit more moderate in their kind, maybe a little bit more compact in their build. Still cattle that are built and assembled right. I really like the hip and the lines of this one. Very youthful out to the front third of her skeleton. Maybe one we tone her down in just in terms of her condition out here in this stage of the game, but I think the added look and the added presence just gets her up here in the third hole. Maybe like to close her up the way she goes off the shoulders and down into her knee. Gets a little wider out through that front third of her skeleton comparably to 2 heifers above her in class. But in terms of just her body and her power, I think that's a really nice female there to go in 3. This shorter eared one here in 4, on the stand, I really like her. Maybe not as just unique and chiseled up to the front third and the base of her throat, but still one that really ties and gives you that a nice look, has a really nice attractiveness to her from this advantage. And you get around this one. She opens up with some hip and some power. I like her foot size and her bone work underneath her. I like to maybe just lengthen her out and give this one a little bit more overall size and scale comparably, but I think that's a really nice one in terms of moderation. Another one that's a little bit more elevated in her overall design. I think this female here has a lot of nice pieces. Really good about her look, really good about her overall design. Not as much body comparably to where her chest sits in her, a few heifers above her. I think another female that's just a notch more vertical out through the front third of her shoulder and her body scale there, but in terms of just having that looseness of skeleton off the rear too and the overall nice body shape, she is a nice female right in there. Young man's coming next. Maybe one that's a little lower, the way she ties into everything, a little more vertical out to the front third of her shoulder, but one in terms of just body and design. You appreciate that about her. I like the looseness of skeleton as she gets out and goes. I like to just clean her up and tuck her the way her chest lays into her comparably to where her body sits into her, but still a really cowy kind of one. And the young man's female going to round out the class. Attractive, well presented out here, really good about her lines. I like to just give her a little bit more body and a little bit more design out here. Loosen her up, give her a shot more authority off those rear two as she goes. But a nice group right there. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations in Class 2B. April Heifer Calves, first place, exhibited by Macy Weems of Eustis, Texas, with BWP DKBF Valentina 108L. Second place, and congratulations will go to Lillian Bowling of Shelton, Missouri. Third place, exhibited by Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. Fourth place went to Caitlin Skiles of Council Hill, Oklahoma. Fifth place, exhibited by Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. Sixth place to Chase Wood, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. And seventh place will go to Ethan Rogers of Stratford, Missouri. We'll now see Class 3A. These are March heifer calves.
Another nice class and an interesting one, and I think we got some different kinds and just the way they all come at you. I don't know if maybe one just jumped out of this class and just grabbed me right off the get-go. And there's some pieces and some things I'd like to maybe tweak as we go, but I think as we bring them right out here, this lineup right here, this pair of cattle for me, I think tie into a lot of the same things along the same lines. And right here from this vantage point that I see and you guys see from the stands, the length and the design and the look of these cattle I think is really, really good. Both these cattle read with some quality and some presence as they get out here, give you that show ring look, but still are youthful in their kind, still bold about their body, still maternal in their overridge shape. And I think this one that's going to lead off the class, again, there's just a notch more foot and feature to go underneath that design to go ahead and lead off this class. And right here on the stand, boy, this one can set yourself apart. The way she angles into her shoulder, the way she ties in and can set those ears forward and hold her head, I think that kind of grabs your attention in terms of that look. I still like the sweep and the turn to her lower rib. I like her hip design, and I still think that one gets out and goes comfortably enough. She maybe doesn't take as long and as free of a step as our heifer there in second, but still sets down appropriately. I still like her angles and her design to her skeleton surely well across this class, and in that added look, boy, it kind of just jumps up in there. This heifer here in two is a lot like that heifer we had in the last class in terms of maybe not being the most robust or the most opened up, but I love this thing's kind. I think this thing's build is so good. This one off of all four corners handles it so well. Her design, her comfortability, her flexibility is truly, truly good. Maybe just not to the nines in terms of her condition and presentation on the top side of her skeleton right here today. But that's all right. This one's got plenty of time ahead of her, and I think this one's build, this one's kind is going to read true and stay true. I think that one as a big bred could be awfully, awfully nice. Still so useful, still so attractive. I think that one's got a lot of fun pieces ahead of her. This one in three, in terms of just moderation, balance, build, being the most functional from her hip to her hock to the surface of the remaining cattle, I think this body shape and blade back is so, so good. She doesn't have the length and the look and the attractiveness heifers above her, but in terms of just body shape, body design, still having that functionality, I think that one just raises to that third hole pretty obviously for me out here today. This one here in four is fighting this young lady a little bit, and she's doing an awesome job still getting her presented to me today. This one forward back I think's awesome. This one's bold, she's deep-sided, she's really big hips, she's still opened up, has some muscle, has some doability to her. I think very flexible, very functional off her rear two. For me, I'd like to just set her back in the way she's designed out of her shoulder, give her a little bit more reach and flexibility. A little bit is that with her fighting the halter, but in terms of just her kind, I'd like to just redesign her shoulder angle just a notch more, but I love that one blade back. I think it's really, really good. This one's powerful. This one's punchy. She's bold. She's big-hipped. A little extra horsepower to this one. With that, she's a little coarser the way she's designed out of her shoulder. She's a little more opened up. Doesn't maybe tie and transition as nice from shoulder to forerib as a few of the heifers above her. A little crestier in her overall appearance, but I still think in just terms of power, that one brings a lot to the table. Utilization in that one. Next one coming up, another long-sided one, a lot of length, a lot of design. We need to see that one get out and go a little freer as she gets out, but I love just the size and scale in that one. Another powerful one running around the corner right now. This one's big-hipped. She's opened up again like that heifer 2 spots ahead. Just doesn't maybe tie in and go as well the way she's assembled. And I like to just see this one a notch flexible off all 4 corners as she gets out and goes. But I love the added horsepower to this one. I like this lighter colored one, especially on the stand. Bold-bodied, big-hipped, attractive the way she puts it all together. Such a nice look from the side. I just need to see this one get out and go, grab another gear, just get out and hit the surface with a notch more flexibility, especially from that hock to the ground. Heifer coming next, just planes up, not as unique as a few of those heifers above her, just a little coarser the way her shoulders set into her, not as just square and transition as nice as a few heifers above her, a little crestier about her neck, but I like her balance, I like her build from the side right here, still attractive from the side. I think a lot of fun pieces in that one, just need to balance her up a notch more. Young man's heifer going to conclude the class. One again, maybe out to the front third of her skeleton, just tweak her, give her a shot more flexibility from shoulder to knee, but in terms of body shape, she still has an appropriate look. Love the length of the hip to this one, just doesn't bounce up as a few of those heifers. A really nice class all the way from end to end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 3A. March heifer calves, first place, exhibited by Legacy Murphy Livestock with R2C Della 3508. Second place and congratulations went to Luke Bladden of Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Third place exhibited by Colin Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Sage Sheeing of Watonga, Oklahoma. Fifth place and congratulations went to Adeline Sorgan of Convoy, Ohio. Sixth place exhibited by Olivia Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. Seventh place went to Addison Dugan. Eighth place, Emma Pitstick. Ninth place, Bennett Weiss. And 10th place went to Dawson Klaus. Now in the ring will be your final class here in our spring calf division. This will be class 3B March Heifer calves.
when we jump into this class, and boy, the quality runs a little deeper in this one, and a lot of good stock all the way from end to end, and the top, 5, 6, 7 of these things are very good and a lot of fun to sort. And then as you kind of just break them down, the longer we're out here, and I think just in their build and their kind, I really like this young man's heifer that's going to lead off. In terms of this one's just build and extras, it's there. Maybe not as massive and bold in her body as some of the cattle we've seen or used today, but it fits her. Everything bounces up extremely, extremely nice. And when she'll settle in and just give you that pose from the side, her look of just femininity with some robustness and some advancement is really, really good. This one's got some extra power in her, but the way it's assembled to her skeleton and laid in there is very, very unique and very nice. I love the way this one's designed out through her head and her crest and into the base of her throat and all the way down to her chest. I think just bounces up and draws your attention right through the front third, and you blend back. She's still really good the way her turn and the lower shape to her rib is, but she's still fresh and good about her condition. I like the hip and the power this one has. I love her bone work. I love her foot shape as well. I think that one gets out and goes. She closes from shoulder to knee and down to the surface just a notch. You could widen her as she is wide up high, just getting uber critical on one, but in terms of just overall build, suits me so well. I think that's a nice place to start. This heifer that's going to go two, boy, and one's cow-like look, big bodied, so deep in the center portion of her body. I love the length to her hip. I love this one's rear leg. I think very flexible, very giving as it gets out and goes, very soft as it hits the surface. For me, I'd like to just change the slope of her shoulder, give this one a notch more angulation compared to our class winner. But boy, in terms of just there on the stand, she's good looking, she's huge bodied, she's big hipped. That's good cattle right there, and a lot of those things will do extremely well as they go on. I just need to tweak her up front just a notch, but I think that one's awfully good as well. I really like this one here in third. Not blessed with the neatest hair coat, a couple of cattle on either side of them, but this one's long, this one's useful, this one's exotic in her overall appearance. So high tie-in as she presents out here, so bold about her body, she's big about her hip. This one's shoulder constructions maybe just sits on her body just about an inch forward more than I would say is ideal, and just maybe planes or washes up comparably how she ties everything together right now. But this one's looseness, the skeleton, this one's overall design, I think this one's got a world of a future. It doesn't matter where she's hairy or not. I like the kind, the exoticness of this one. There's a lot of cool pieces of that one. I think the days ahead of her are extremely bright. To get cattle that bold, that flexible, and that loose in their skeleton, it's tough to do. We're just tweaking them against some even higher competition out here, but I like that heifer quite a bit. This dark cherry red female that's going to come next, right here on the stand, I love this female, and she's a player in that regard. I think in terms of just her look, her symmetry, her balance, her hip design, it's very good. For me out here, I'd like to see her just go a notch more athletic. She drives the front part of her toe into the surface as she gets out and goes a notch more. I like her lines. I love her angles to her whole skeleton. I like to just see her get out with one more gear, young lady, but you have a really nice one, a really attractive one. Love the freshness, love the kind. That's a very nice heifer. This one coming next, extremely well presented. Love the body, love the design, love the cow-like look as this one. Maybe just doesn't have the overall scale and look of balance, of quality of a few heifers above her, but I like her build, I like her kind. Her skeletal design is built right. Maybe just a little lower in her chest compared to a few heifers above her, a little plainer about the base of her throat, but very smooth, very well balanced. I like her foot size, I like her foot shape. Maybe just doesn't have a few of the extras that them have above her, but that's a really well balanced, well kind of cattle right there. Same can be said with this two-tone colored one going next. Power in her big hip in this one. Just likes to get up underneath her a notch more as she gets out and goes. On the stand, she can give you a really well-balanced look. I like to maybe just make that one a little bit more attractive the way she sets her rear two down. A boxier, more moderation coming next. In terms of just look and designs, very good. Like to just see her a little bit more size and scale compared to a few heifers above her. Clean her up in the way her crest is laid in her just a notch more. The one making the turn now, a little bolder in her kind. Just need to see her a little looser in her overall construction as she gets out and goes. Open her up at the surface, but still in terms of just hip and power, I think that one can raise some cattle in the future. Another one a little bit more moderate, and for me, she's just a little bit more restricted, a little bit more compact out here. And the one rounding out out the class in terms of just needing a little bit more lower turn and shape and maternal strengths to her. Again, I'd like to maybe just relax this one on her spine. Love her look, like her design up high, but an awesome, awesome class. That was a really good one all the way through. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Over here on the black Hereford side, we're going to start with a cow-calf pair. This is a single entry, but a pretty nice cow. We analyze this cow. You're certainly going to see the power and performance in this one. A nice maternal look she gives you, gets out, moves here in the ring today. Nice heifer calf by her side. In an ideal world, maybe we just refine those front teats ever so slightly. But boy, this is a really nice pair, nice heifer calf behind her. Congratulations.
Well, over in ring 2, we are getting started with your junior black Hereford show. We're excited to welcome our judge, Mr. Brad Gore. First class in the ring and division was your cow-calf show and the junior show. Your champion will go to back number 6978. That's SBH 743 1839 Hot Donna 2002, exhibited by Jenna Smith. Now in ring 2, we're going to bring in your first class of F1 females here in the junior show. Back over in the red Angus ring, we did conclude your spring calf division. That last class, first place and congratulations goes to Lucas Bowling of Sheldon, Missouri. Second place exhibited by Addison Vowell. Third place and congratulations went to Rhett Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Fifth place and congratulations, Paisley Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Sixth place went to Kyler Plug. Seventh place exhibited by Cooper McSparren. Eighth place and congratulations went to Legacy Murphy. Ninth place, Samuel Hardwick. 10th place in that class, Dason DeLozier. Congratulations once again to everyone in Class 3B. Currently in Ring 1, our judge, Mr. Tim Schaefer, will be selecting his champion reserve here in your spring calf division.
Well, it seems a bit ago that we started the show, and it just, and the quality of this calf division to start off, and all these class winners and seconds, and some cattle that went back to the barn. Just the quality of numbers, and hats off to the breeders, the presenters, and these young people doing such a good job getting them stuck out here for me to evaluate. It is very nice to see, and it took some work to get through all these calves and to break them down just in terms of how I like them and the quality that they bring out here. And it kicked off extremely well. That first class, one that just was functional and built right. Maybe not as some of the extras, as few as the cattle that we've seen come through the ring after that, but just the general build was really, really good. And that second class, one that in terms of how I like them, I think off all four corners, one that was constructed so good, looseness of skeleton, softness and flexibility, yet still having so much maternal look in the design. I think the quality in that one reads really, really good, and the future breeds bright for that one. The latter one that came out of a really tough class, that's a pair of heifers there that read with a ton of quality and a ton of good. A little bit different in how they're built, and this one that won the division, just so robust, so opened up, so bold about her body cavity. Love this one's hips and design, open up about her pin. And then what I really like about this female, she's big-footed, she's big-featured, she's still built right the way her angles are laid in her, and then can get out and go and carry all that top side with a really looseness of skeleton that's hard to kind of build in the cattle. And then another one that fought us in class, and now she comes back out here and kind of matches my type and kind. Another one that's maternal. She's bold, she's good hipped, she's functional, she's flexible. I think there's a lot of good in this heifer, and I think she's doing or wanting to present just a notch better out here in this division, a notch more comfortable. I think that one's really, really high quality. We had a unique looking one here that won the next class in terms of on the stand. This one's so neat about her head, her throat, bounces up, still extremely nice. I thought one that was built really, really well from the side, one that just needs to maybe get out with a notch more gear underneath her, but I still think that one handles it collectively well to be out here. And we concluded with another really nice pair and a really nice class to finish up with. I love the design and just the freshness and the crispness of this female that won that last class. I think that one that just points a lot of neat things together, especially a lot of the views. She's bold, she's still beautiful. That one still can give you a lot of good look. Not as square in her hip as a couple of heifers on either side, but it's still plenty good out here. So I think we got an awesome group. Everyone ringside challenging to do this calf division. Let's show these group a really nice round of applause. We'll go get you a calf in reserve in an outstanding division.
Well, congratulations. Your spring calf champion here in our Junior Red Angus show, exhibited by Alexis Wright with Leon Angels Embrace 030.
Well, folks, over here on the Black Hereford side, four nice heifers here, and this one that leads out really hits you hard when you see her hit the ring. This heifer is so fresh and so elegant and so good looking. And then you get in here and analyze her in terms of composition. There's plenty of muscle and power and body in that one. Just really a good looking package. What separates her from the heifer in second is just her soundness and her ability to move today. She's so soft on those rear pasterns. This is one, if you're going to lead as a junior yearling, that you'd want to tie to, and I really like this heifer a lot. Heifer in second has some advantages in terms of just power. She's a little more pulled apart there in her rib cage, but a heifer that on the move just isn't quite soft enough on those rear pasterns. But boy, appreciate the performance and the power in there. That one's good looking as well. Just needs some help on the structural side. Young man comes in with a really good looking bronco face here. A heifer that is absolutely stunning on the side view, but just gives up too much power, especially as you compare her to that heifer above him, but a really good, stylish kind of a female. The heifer that's going to round out the class, another one that's really eye-appealing from the side, a heifer that we could just draw down deeper in her flank and her heart girth, but a tremendous heifer with a good look, just needs a little more power in that one.
Well, congratulations back over in the Red Angus ring, reserve in that first division, going to Kaylee Bragg of Salado, Texas, with Red Diamond Sweet Pea 349. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now get started with your next division here in our Junior Red Angus show. First class in the ring will be Class 4A. These will be February heifer calves. Back over in the Black Hereford ring, results of Class 1 in your Junior F1 female show. First place exhibited by Rory Bimmy of Skyline Farms with SKLN Diamond 04L. Second place was exhibited by Sammy Neff of Peter's Pold Herefords with PPHBLK Salute Parable L22. Third place, and congratulations, exhibited by Mac Murray. Fourth place went to Aubrey Pettit. That will also be your champion reserve in that first division. Next class in and division will be Class 7, Division 3.
Well, folks, over here on the Black Hereford side, a really nice pair of heifers, and there's a lot to like about each one of these. But this one that's going to lead out's pretty special. I mean, you get her out here and let her float around this ring, and she just comes out here to show off. I mean, she gives you a heck of a look from the side. This one's stout. She's powerful. She's good looking. I mean, all the pieces are there. Just a really nice place to start the class. This one in second is no slouch. I mean, this is a good heifer. Love the way she comes up high out of that shoulder. She's good looking from the side. Plenty of power in that one. Love the way that she's bred up early and gonna have a nice udder there. She's pushing out on her chest floor just a little bit. She's not quite as trim in her underline as that other heifer, and she might be fighting the halter. I'll give her some benefit of the doubt, but she just doesn't move out like that other heifer does today. But boy, that's a good one. Nice pair of heifers, guys.
Well, congratulations in our final class of your junior F1 show. First place in congratulations goes to Ben Eddy of H&R Ranch with CBD Miss Fergie ET. And second place in congratulations go to Colin Wilson of Jackson Cattle Company.
Well, it didn't take us long to get to a point where we'd pick an F1 champion, and here we are on the Black Hereford side doing so. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't spend a lot of time looking at these cattle, you put your eyes on these four individuals, and these people are for real. I mean, these are some good cattle they brought out here. They have the right look, and you could probably present them with a lot of other competition, and we'd probably still have these four standing out here. So tremendous set of cattle. It's certainly fun to evaluate these, and I'm just going to go pick you a champion. I don't think there's any point in talking about them anymore. Just four tremendous individuals, and love our champion, and we'll take a second look there for reserve.
And congratulations, your grand champion F1 female here at your junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'll go to Ben Eddy of Lone Grove, Oklahoma with CBD Miss Fergie ET.
Well, what a way to kick off this next division, and all the way through, again, like we said earlier, just good stock. I think you could really break down even these top four and really talk about them and get excited. And My top pair here, obviously not just the most alike in terms of their kind, and you can make some sort for them because there's a unique one standing there in second. It's just a matter if it all goes together and when it gets together, but I think there's a lot of good out here. For me, the one that just kind of hits you and then leads off in this class is this young lady's. Everything just from her nose to her tail, very crisp, very well balanced. She's very seamless the way she transitions and flows throughout. I think this one just ties a lot of good things together. And then when you truly just break the cattle down, this one's just the most, true and genuine about just her skeletal build. I think where everything hinges on this one is appropriate, and where everything hinges on this one is right. And it goes all the way to the surface. This one's structure represents that from base up off of all four corners, and then you just break her down. Her body shape's good, her maturity's good. I love the length to her hip. She still gets out and goes extremely nice. She's not as high tying and wild looking as that heifer there in second, but I still think very maternal, very attractive in her own right. Boy, this one here in two will give you a look sometimes that just makes you want to run out there and grab her because her pieces are challenging to build and assemble on cattle. This one's presentation up through the front is so captivating. She's so bold about the center portion of her body. She's got some extra power, but with that, we just kind of open up. She gets a little unhinged how she wants to get off the front end. I think a female that just needs to be opened up in her forerib a notch more, and you could set her tail head down into her skeleton, but her outward pieces, her outward kind are so good. I think you can do a lot of things in terms of generating with that one, and just in terms of maturity when it all settles down. I think that heifer has a really good day out here in this ring as well as in the donor pen. I think there's a lot of fun things to that one. The next one's coming next, 3 and 4. I think very similar in terms of their kind. This one in 3 is just a little neater about her skull, a little bit more feminine fronted than the heifer there in 4. This one on the stand gives such a balanced, neat look right there. I like her build. I like her kind. I like to just see her get out and hit the surface with a little bit more flexibility as she goes. Still plenty sound, plenty attractive. Just need to see her with a little bit bigger foot underneath her compared to those two heifers above her. But young lady, that's nitpicking on one. I think is perfect in terms of her condition. Love her look, love her design. High quality female. Have to go third there. This one in 4, true cattle, right kind of cattle. Maybe not the extra bells and whistles, a few of the cattle that are in front of her, but there's not really anything just terribly wrong with this calf. I like her balance. I like her blend. Still very attractive. Maybe not as just wild as some of those ones above her, but her kind's right. Her structure's right. Maybe just need to balance this one up to get her a little higher in this class, but you can do that with a little time and work because I think there's a lot of quality in that female right there. I like the power in this dark red female coming next, young lady. I think you got one that's got a little extras to her, can go out there and raise some bulls just with her extra foot size and bone work. With that, we're a little more unhinged and not as just tidy and neat as in her shoulder and her forerib is a few cattle above her, a little bolder about her kind, but that's okay. We like her power as well. Young man, you got a very attractive, very well balanced one that's going to conclude this class. I just like to see a little bit more size and scale of her today compared to those two heifers above her, but that's an awesome way to start a next division. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a really nice class.
Well, back over in the black Hereford ring, your reserve champion F1 female coming out of that first division. Congratulations went to Rory Bimmy. In the red Angus ring, we got started with your next division. Results of Class 4A, February heifer calves. First place exhibited by Veronica Lentz at Creston, Iowa with KIP Miss Baby's Breath L401. Second place was exhibited by Brooke Pulsen of Darwin, Minnesota. Third place and congratulations went to Macy Weems. Fourth place go to Legacy Murphy Livestock. Fifth place exhibited by Madeline Ethington of Danville, Kentucky. Sixth place and congratulations went to Dade Delosier. Now in the rings, Class 4B, these are February heifer calves. Back in the black Hereford ring, we are going to get started with your HX female show here momentarily. For those of you just joining us here in Jim Norick Arena, over here in Ring 1, we have our Junior Red Angus show. We'd like to invite you all to welcome us at the Stockyard City Red Sale tomorrow, January 3rd at 1 o'clock. We do have a donation lot that is a flush courtesy of Power Plus, Duff Cattle Company. The cost of that flush has been covered in this donation. We greatly appreciate your support of our program. Also, donation lot, an original Red Angus print from C.J. Brown will be auctioned off. Again, make plans to join us tomorrow, 1 o'clock, January 3rd, the Stockyard City Red Sale.
Well, folks, this brings us to our first division over here in the HX side, and the two individual class winners to make up this division today. And I'd be lying if I said these two heifers were alike in any way, because they're not. Two very, very different heifers. A heifer that wins that first class is super long, long-bodied, long-fronted, really sound heifer, hits her stride, probably has to drop her pins a little bit to do that, but a good long-bodied kind of a heifer. Would we like to draw her down in her flank and heart? Absolutely. Sure like to pull her apart and give her a little more muscle and power, but a good-looking, nice eye-appealing kind of heifer when you view her from the side. The baldy heifer that wins the second class, more moderate, a heifer that's not quite as long-bodied as a heifer standing directly in front of her, but she is more pulled apart and she's more powerful, more muscle when you analyze this one up over her top and from behind. Both of these cattle are sound enough. A longer body, kind of leaner made one, and a more compact, moderate framed one here in the baldy. The baldy will be your champion, followed by the Hereford Mark heifer for reserve.
Another nice one, and a nice one to lead off with. I think just the extra size and scale in this one, really attractive kind of a female, and one from the side view you might not think is opened up as much as she is. You get around this one that's got some extra punch and power. I like how she's opened up in her pin set. A female that still handles it, stays very, very comfortable. She goes to the ground. I think just a little bit more extra flex, and this one's hawk and all the way down into her pasture and holds the advantage there. Very eccentric about her look. One maybe still a little juvenile, how everything's assembled on her, but I still think the extra length, the extra extension, the freshness of condition, and the added power, I think just a really nice place there to start right there. The heifers there in 2 and 3, I think, again, are a good quality. A lot of cow-like feature in these cattle. I think maybe two of them that are maybe pushing a little bit more condition out here for me today, but still in terms of just their balance, their blend is very, very good. I think this female here in 2, if I could set her down in her pasture and make her just a shot softer as she hits the surface, I think that one could make the case to fight that one that's just leading out of the ring now. Maybe just a little bit more compact in overall build, but I like that look, that design. I like her body shape extremely, extremely well. This one going to come here in 3, like that female that just went out. Another one that's good about her body, good about her hip, a little plainer about her crest and the way it sets in her, a little forward about how her shoulders laid into her as well, pushing just a shot more forward chest comparably, but I think you keep that one in balance, everything will stay tied and 2 together. Still really cowy, still really good design. Young man does a really nice job getting her presented. This one in 4, another one just kind of puts all the pieces together in terms of look, balance, and design. Maybe not as much foot size and feature. A few of those cattle that we have above her, maybe just doesn't go out and just travel as neat and as nice and comfortable off those 2 as a few cattle above her, but still one in terms of on the stand gives you a really high quality look. A little bolder built one here, maybe just gets a little plainer the way she's assembled up through the front third, a little plainer about her head and her neck, a little more forward in the angulation of her shoulder comparably, but I still think balances up, like her body, like her turn, still like her design. We maybe just redesign her up through the front third of her skeleton. Young man here in the cowboy hat, he's got a powerful one, a little extra punch and just a little more mass in this female, and I appreciate that about her. This one's a little lower tying comparably, sets down just a little lower, a little more push forward in the way everything's assembled off the front side of her shoulder, but I still think in terms of just power and structure off the rear 2, still really high quality right there. Young man's next one coming next, she's giving him a little more fits. This one just doesn't have quite the balance in the design and levelness of the few cattle above her, just gets a little more uncoordinated as she gets out and goes. And young lady in the pink, I think just got one in terms of being opened up and power cattle. I like this heifer. I really like her on the stand. I like her look. For me out here, I just like to see her get out and go with a little bit more authority, a little bit more flex, and just get out and travel just a shot nicer. But I like that cattle on the stand in terms of the quality pieces she brings. Another nice class all the way through.
Single entry over here on our side, but the young lady brings a really nice heifer. She's done a heck of a job here. We know at home how hard this Hereford hair is to work, and she's done a tremendous job there. This is a real nice moderate frame kind of female with power and punch in her. Get behind this one. She's stout, she's rugged. Get up over the top, and you really analyze and appreciate the amount of muscle that she has. Get her out here on the profile, and she gives you a good enough look. She's got a little bit of extra condition on her. I don't think she's over the top, but we probably better put the brakes here before too much longer. But this is a good-looking heifer that moves good, sound, nice single entry young lady to win the class.
Well, in the HX train to catch you up on our first 2 divisions, Division 1 champion exhibited by Colin Wilson of Cave Springs, Arkansas. Reserve champion was exhibited by Brianna Chavez. In Division 2, your champion over here in the HX ring will go to Maya Padilla of Purcell, Oklahoma. We'll now look to see your final division here in the HX ring. Back over in the Red Angus ring, results out of Class 4B, February heifer calves. First place and congratulations go to Tucker Byer, Ringo, Wisconsin with TC Miss Ellie 11L. Second place exhibited by Colin McIntyre with TW Alicia 316L. Third place exhibited by Cameron Ison. Fourth place and congratulations go to Justin Anderson. Fifth place went to Lane Murray. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Grady Ridenauer. Seventh place will go to Casey Holton, and eighth place exhibited by Helen Orr.
Young lady brings us a nice red brockle-faced heifer, one that when you get her parked, boy, this one's good looking. She's elegant up there through her front. She's flat-shouldered, the heifer that is level out her hip and just really designed off nice when you just view her parked. Get this one on the move. She wants to get up in her top and kind of break right there behind her shoulder, but this is a nice heifer, a good single entry, a really attractive one once she gets her parked.
Well, congratulations on our junior HX female show. Your champion in that final division, exhibited by Breonna Stewart of Bloomfield, Iowa. We'll now bring in those champion reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, HX female. Currently in the Red Angus ring, we have Class 5A January heifer calves entering the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we evaluate the HX division over here, 4 individuals out here, 3 division winners. Nice cattle. We'll just talk through them here quickly. A real nice, moderate, blaze-faced red heifer here. One that really comes together nicely in terms of that combination of muscle and power and soundness. You know, maybe she isn't the longest, most elite-fronted one out here, but a good-looking heifer that puts a lot of good things together. Young lady's ring-eyed heifer here, the Hereford marked one. This is just a really nice, complete heifer. Does she have tons of wow factor? I'd say she probably doesn't, but boy, that's really hard to pick a hole in this one. We talked about her having a little extra condition, but on top of that, outside of that, this one is made really good. She's stout, she's thick-ended, she's feminine and flat-shouldered. She moves around the ring probably better than anything else out here. A nice heifer, just in a moderate, compact kind of a package. The brockle-faced red female here, the larger junior yearling heifer, really a nice fronted female when you analyze that head and neck. She does push out a little extra chest, and for the amount of condition she has, I wouldn't mind seeing her just a little stouter and a little heavier muscle. Parked, this one is good looking. Yet we get her on the move, and she does, like I said in class, get up in her top just a little bit, and I'd sure like to fix that. And a nice second down here with the Hereford mark calf. So I'll go pick you a champion, and it gets a little tighter as you want to nitpick here for reserve. But we're going to use the most fault-free heifer to win. This young lady's Hereford marked heifer will be your champion.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion HX female coming out of class 5. Congratulations to Maya Padilla with Sims Cali Red K52. And your reserve grand champion HX female coming out of that final division. Congratulations, Brianna Stewart with SBH 8124, Leah 2203. Congratulations once again to all of the HX female exhibitors. We'll now get started with your percentage female show here in the junior division.
Folks, we're starting our percentage show off with a bang here. Really nice baldy heifer. This one comes together and just gives you such a great look. Get her on the side. She's extended through her front there. She's tucked in nice and neat in her chest. Plenty of body and power in this one. Floats around the ring with enough structural soundness. Really nice female to kick off our show.
Well, congratulations in our first class of percentage females. First place will go to C2's Purple Legacy, exhibited by Chloe Mack of Kinta, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in class 2 here in your junior percentage Black Hereford show.
Another nice one to lead off this class over on this side, and another in terms of just flexibility, build, and look and design, still with having some extra power. This darker red female, I think, is just a really nice, comfortable way for me to start off in this class. You ask these cattle to get out and go, and I think that's where she has a distinct advantage, especially off those rear two. Just the way she gets out of that hock, sets down on a big foot with the flexibleness underneath it to kind of still get out and go with a little bit of added gear to her. And then you get her on the stand when she wants to cooperate. I think one in terms of her look and her design is still very, very nice. And you get around this cattle, she opens up with some true width, true dimension, and still has a really high quality feminine look about her, just like that added look, design, and flexibility to go ahead and lead off in this class. The young man's heifer in 2, right here on the stand, I think this could make the case to rival that class winner. This one's balance and build is truly good right here. This one's look, her angle to her shoulder is very, very good. I love the maturity pattern of her rib shape. I like where it's set in her. The turn to her lower ribs, extremely good. And then this one's hip and hind leg right there on the stand. Look awesome. When I get this one and go, I'd like to just see her get out in gear and go with another step to her. I think a female could just use some flexibility when she gets out and rolls, because on the stand, I think that one's extremely high quality. I'd like to just see her go a little bit better. Heifer here in 3, I think not maybe just all the extras, those 2 heifers above her, but you break this one down, her build's probably as good as any in the class. I think her structural design's very, very good. She has the right length, right size, and right appropriations to really just balance up and make a really high-quality big heifer just because of everything that's hinged together underneath her. I think that one still's got a bright future above her, just maybe doesn't balance it all together as a few above her. Another one here on the stand I think's awesome. She's fit to the 9. This young lady gets every ounce out of her out here in this show, and this look right here is so good. Very useful, up-headed, bold about her body, big about her hip. For me, I just put this one in motion, and she just gets a little more restricted out here, a little more uncomfortable as she gets out and goes, because young lady on that stand, I think you got a high quality female. A little bit more moderation, the female coming next. I think one that's just a little lower tying, maybe just a little forward about the way she presents out of her shoulder down into her knee, just gets a little bit more vertical, a little more upright, but you appreciate the body shape, body size, opened up about her pins and her hips. She's a little rounder out here comparably to a few cattle above her. We could just square her up a notch more. You could darn sure move her up a few placings. Young lady got a nice one coming next. Maybe just doesn't balance up, a little lower in her chest comparably to where she sits in her flank. Like to just give her a little bit more extras comparably, but she's functional and athletic as she gets off those rear 2. The young man's female coming next to close up, just a little plainer, a little bit more conventional about her overall design. Still has some nice pieces to go with it, but another one, her underline, I think we could just balance up, give her a few more extras in that regard. A nice class winner there to conclude that class. Really good group.
Well, congratulations in Class 5A, January heifer calves in our Junior Red Angus show. First place go to Tucker Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin with Dutch TC Miss Eagle 308L. Second place and congratulations, Jackson Bragg, Salado, Texas with Red Diamond Drama Queen. Third place in that class exhibited by Colton Jones of Mountainville, Missouri. Fourth place was exhibited by Macy Weems of Eustis, Texas. Fifth place will go to Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Sixth place exhibited by Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Seventh place and congratulations will go to Grayson McVeigh. Now in ring 1 will be your final class in our junior calf division. This will be Class 5B, January heifer calves.
over here on the percentage side, a really nice place to start. I mean, this is a good heifer that comes out here and just really dominates this class. So one with power, one that has plenty of meat and muscle down her top, get in behind her and just appreciate the width in this one. And then when you get out here and really evaluate her on the profile, boy, she gives you everything you could ask for in terms of extension and depth of body. Just a nice female, presented very well today. Good looking heifer. Nice heifer here to follow second. I mean, one that's smooth made. She's good enough fronted. She's got some muscle and power about her. I don't love how she wants to roll out on both those two fronts, but this is a good heifer that finds its way kind of logically in second. The big, powerful, broody one stands third today. And I'll tell you what, I really appreciate the depth in this heifer, the big hip that she has. She wants to push out on that chest floor a little bit. She's not nearly as neat and tidy around her head and neck. She's got a little bit of navel that throws off some of that balance. But in terms of power, this one is really good. Interesting heifer here that lands in fourth. This is a really beautiful heifer parked on the profile. Just not enough heifer there for me. Not enough rib, not enough power. She wants to drop those pins a little bit on the move, but beautiful when she gets her parked. Nice female. Young man rounding out the class here. Just a really nice kind of a heifer. I mean, this is a commercial heifer that can do a lot of good things in a cow herd. I mean, she has body. She's structurally sound enough. One that has some muscle and some look about her. Nice heifer, young man. Well, a single entry that we don't have anything to compare to, but you want to just study this one as an individual. You'll like plenty about her. She's good neck, she's good headed, very feminine. She gives you a great look there from the side, level out her hip. I think has plenty of middle and muscle in her. Moves around the ring here on a pretty good sound foot. A nice female. We'll get her back out here in division and take another look.
Well, congratulations in the Black Hereford ring. Results out of Class 3. First place exhibited by Marion Ilg of Canesville, Missouri with BFA Fashion Ladies Symphony 004L. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve here in your first division of percentage females.
Back over here on the percentage side, a really nice set of cattle. All these juniors really ought to be complimented to bring us such a good set all the way from our first class winner to our second on down here to my far left. Good cattle. We're not going to talk back through them, but this has been fun evaluating this division, and I'll go get you a champion in reserve.
Oh, good class all the way through over here on the Red Angus side. And then I re-rocked those cattle just to kind of align where I just put in some preferences and how I want to like them. But honestly, probably never just dropped off this lighter colored one, going one. I think when she'd come in the ring and just kind of grabs your attention, and it all starts at the surface. You know, I'm probably a sucker for one that's just built that good and bold and expanded in her foot size. Her bone work's appropriate. And you go on the top side of that one, skeleton. I think just her cow-like look, her maternal shape is what we kind of strive for to build in some of these cattle. And I just like the extras this one has down at the surface. And then when she gets her right there on that stand, I mean, that one can still look like a lady, still grab your attention. She can grab your attention awfully quick with that kind of maternal and attractive look. And then to still be that big featured and big footed at the bottom there. I think that one's awfully, awfully nice. You can trade 2, 3, 4 a little bit. I think mix them up in your own right. This darker red one here, and maybe not the extras that the class winner has, but in terms of just trueness of build and just the right structure, everything's a hinge a little bit more appropriate for me. And I think this one holds the advantage in terms of just freshness and condition for this stage of the game. Still maternal and still built right. Maybe just not as opened up as a few cattle on either side of her. Maybe not as just neat down her throat and into her chest. But I think that one's build and just structure correctness is awfully, awfully commended there, and just in terms of the quality that she has from there up. This one's powerful. That's going to go here in 3. And with that little added boldness comes with a little added maturity. She gets a little plainer in the way she's assembled in her crest, a little fuller in her chest right there, maybe carrying just a notch more. And I think that just restricts her just a notch more of getting out and rolling with a little bit more added authority as those two above her. But I like the added cowiness in that one. I like the added feature that she brings to the table. This one here in 4 is a unique creature. I think this one, 4-rib back, I love. Maybe one of the neatest hind legs of any of the cattle that we've seen in this ring so far today. So big, so soft, so loose constructed. A little low pin, but that's okay. That one can get out and rock and roll off those rear two as good as any we've seen. And right there, that look is incredible, young man. I think you got one that will draw the attention of a lot of people. For me, that also falls out of place just a notch. She's a little more opened up in her shoulder. She closes at her knee and wants to roll out of that front end and just kind of disassemble for me out of the front third of her skeleton. But boy, that thing blade back is bad to the bone. That calf's going to raise a lot of neat stuff. I think you just tweak on that one and get to working on that one. I think there's a lot of fun things with that heifer ahead of her. I like her pieces quite a bit. A powerful one here coming next, this dark red one. She's bold, she's robust, she's opened up. With that comes just a notch of restriction. She closes and just closes at the surface. Doesn't get as athletic and as mobile as a few of the cattle above her. Still sounding enough, and I like that added feature. Young lady does a really nice job getting her presented. I love this one on the stand as well. Square, cowy, boxy in her kind, true in her kind. Not the just wildest looking one, but she attaches right. For me, I just need to see her take her longer, freer step as she gets out and goes, because I love her kind on the top side of her skeleton. Just gets a little tight as she goes. A bigger, larger one here coming next, and that's okay. I like bigger cattle. This one's extended. She's just a little more vertical for me out of the front third of her skeleton. Presented the 9s. I just like to see her get out and go a little freer and just a little better in her overall structure. But I think that one's topside kind is very warranted and a lot of quality right there. Young man, you got a really nice heifer that's going to close the gap. I just need to see her shot square, level her out as she gets out and goes. Maybe rolls just a touch off her front third, but that one's opened up. That one's powerful. She'll still raise some stock. That'll be very, very good for the breed. A really nice class and an excellent class winner. Congratulations to all those young people.
Well, congratulations in our final class here in your junior calf division over in the Red Angus ring. First place exhibited by Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas, with HB Miss Pride 312L. Second place exhibited by Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma, with Sandridge Beauty 3460. Third place was exhibited by Hadley Ketcherside of Cuba, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Collie Parton. Fifth place and congratulations to Lainey Sasser. Sixth place exhibited by Helen Orr. Seventh place in that class will go to Caden Hellwatch, and eighth place and congratulations will go to Colton Klaus. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, and our judge, Mr. Tim Schaefer, will select his champion reserve in the junior calf division. Well, back over in the percentage ring of your black Hereford show, Division 1 champion went to back number 218. Back number 218 was exhibited by Jenna Smith of Newton, Iowa. Reserve champion in that division went to Marin Ilg of Canesville, Missouri. Now in the ring is Division 2 in the black Hereford percentage show.
Well, as much as I enjoy that song, and it's kind of my jam, but as good as these cattle are, we might as well visit on these because that's what's out in front of us. And I think this is an awesome division. Boy, these 4 class winners and the seconds were fun cattle to evaluate, fun cattle to break down, and just good cattle to look at. It's a lot of fun to kind of sit back out here and pick between these 4 and even throw in some of those seconds in contentions because I thought this division was loaded all the way from that first class all the way to the last. Just some useful pieces you can use. I think there's some cattle out here that maybe bring a few extras, and then there's a few that just are tried and true and quality livestock all the way from end to end, and you can go a lot of different ways out here. It's just a preference of what hits you the hardest or what suits you the best all the way through. I think we'll keep this thing rolling on, and it's just, I know the quality's staying true. I'm going to be really happy with the 2 we pull out of this division. I won't talk any longer or break the cattle down. Folks ringside, let's congratulate all these young people. We'll go get you a champion reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations in your junior calf division here in the Red Angus ring. Your champion goes to Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas with HB Miss Pride 312L.
Over here on the percentage side, let me say first that I do still recognize that we sell these things by the pound, and I know I'm using the most moderate framed heifer in the class, but just in terms of pure quality, this one sorts herself to the top. She's really just the most fault-free, a heifer that comes out and gives you a great look here from the side. She's elegant through her front. She's deep and full in her heart. She comes back deep into her flank. Analyze this one, and for her frame size, she has as much muscle or more muscle than anything else out here. Moves out really, really good. Maybe those front toes are just getting a little long, sweetheart. We'll get those trimmed up for you, but that's a good heifer here to start this class. 2 bigger heifers here in 2 and 3. We'll use the heavier muscled one of the 2, a heifer that gives you a nice look from the side. She's pushing a little chest floor, and as much condition as she has, she could probably have just a tick more muscle for me relative to her frame size as you compare to that class winner. Yet she is heavier muscled than the heifer here in 3. This 1 and 3, boy, when she gets her parked, that's a heck of a look she gives you, just so elite up there through her neck and her head, but it comes with kind of a vertical shoulder. She gets a little straight, and when we get her on the move, you can certainly see the signs of that as she's a bit hesitant and tentative trying to hit her stride, but a beautiful striking kind of heifer there to stand in the 3rd hole.
Back over in the Red Angus ring, your reserve champion in that last division. Congratulations went to Tucker Byer, Ringgold, Wisconsin with DCHTC Miss Eagle 308L. Again, congratulations, those exhibitors. Now in ring one, we'll bring in class 6, winner Heifer calves in your junior Red Angus show. Back over to the Black Hereford ring, results out of Division 2 in your percentage Black Hereford show. Your champion will go to BFS Bell 2144, exhibited by Eden Bolt. Reserve champion and congratulations will go to Landon Ellison. And third place will go to back number 5639. We're now going to bring in your final class here in our percentage junior Black Hereford show.
Young lady brings a nice single entry heifer out here. One that, wow, get her put together just like you have there. That's what we're looking for. That really a striking kind of a heifer through her front end, super flat there in her shoulder. Just a really feminine featured heifer. One that from a maternal side is really an ideal teat structure starting to build there, and just a really good looking heifer young lady. We'll see her back out here in division.
Well, congratulations in our final division here in the percentage Black Hereford Junior Show. Congratulations, back number 6716. This is CX 5302 Miss Advance 2245, exhibited by Breonna Stewart. We're now going to bring in all of your division champion reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion percentage Black Hereford.
Well, over here on the percentage side, I would get chastised at home if my son knew I interrupted this song, but we got to get on with this, folks. And here we go with these percentages again, and not a lot of them out here, and I think they're all good. You can go all the way here from my right to my left and find cattle that you like, that are functional, that do the right things for the beef business. And hey, this has been fun. I'll tell you what, the only time that you want a calf to win is when you're the person at the halter. And I'm going to tell you what, folks, that's the best one out here today, and she'll be your champion. So congratulations to that calf. Let's pull that next one in and take a look at her for reserve.
We kick off our fall division over here on the red side, and a pair of heifers that just exemplify quality and good looks and still in the right condition and right in the rig. And then we just maybe got different degrees of bone work and some muscle and some shape. And I think the young lady here that's going to lead off just brings one in there that suits me in terms of structural kind and her build, yet still is the most massive and opened up. But when you get her on the stand, can still look like a lady. I think one that just balances up extremely well. I appreciate the added mass and just density this one brings to the table while still giving you a fresh look. And then right there, she gets her parked, still very unique and neat from the side. I think she ties just a notch higher, just a little looser in her spine, the way it carries and where it sets in on her skeleton. And then you go down low, that one's expanded and opened up. In terms of just the side view and balance and build, this one suits me really, really well as well. I think in terms of just her lines, extremely crisp in terms of her presentation, just blends and bounces back effortlessly from nose to tail. I think the flow and the balance of her is so good. I like this one as well on the surface. I think she gets out and goes extremely good. She's just not as opened up, maybe just not as much punch, lower stifle, lower quarter, and we don't need the heifers just to have an overall ton, but when we got one that's going to lead off the class, we sure appreciate it, and that's taking nothing away from an extremely high quality one there. And two, I think young ladies heifer here in three, just in terms of balance, build, design, this one suits me the best in terms of how she's assembled off of all four corners of her skeleton, still gets out and goes. I love this one's freshness comparably to the few heifers below her at this stage of the game as well, so I commend you on that one. I think this one's just design and overall build. She's got a long future ahead of her as a senior yearling, just quality livestock right there. This one right here on the stand, I mean, just a changer in terms of power and build, which got the extra foot and bone work, just like the heifer that won the class. For me, I just need to see her a little bit more athletic as she gets out and goes. Closes up, gets just a shot more restricted as she gets out and goes, but in terms of just her stand, I love this one's look, her design, her overall power. There's a lot of unique things about that one. Young man coming next, a bold, powerful one for me, just a little lower chested, a little more vertical up the front side of her skeleton. I love the power and the body she has. I like to just freshen her up a notch more. Same can be said for the young lady's heifer there that behind her, just a little more upright and vertical in the whole way she's assembled up there, a little fuller in her brisket and her chest down there, but in terms of body, power, length, and design, there's a lot of good things about her. And the fresh one we're going to close the class with. Nothing wrong with this female in terms of just her build. I like to just see more of her to match some of those heifers above her. You're doing an awesome job getting her presented. Keep this one going, let this one mature a little bit more, let her body just transition a little better into her chest sits, but I like her look, I like her design. Young lady, you're doing a very nice job. Just keep working with it. Really nice way to kick off the falls. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations back over in the Black Hereford ring. Your champion and reserve champion, our percentage show coming out of Division 1. Congratulations, your champion was exhibited by Jenna Smith, reserve champion exhibited by Chloe Mack. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time, we're getting started with your purebred Black Hereford show. Back over in the red Angus ring, results. Results out of the first class after our junior calf division. First class of winter heifer calves. First place exhibited by Kennedy Evans of Campbellsburg, Kentucky. Second place went to Olivia Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place will go to Jocelyn Richer, Morris, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Casey Holton, Cisco, Texas. Fifth place went to Cale Head of Marmaduke, Arkansas. Sixth place, Harley Sandin. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations to Carly White. Now in ring 1 is Class 7 Senior Heifer Calves.
Folks, we've rolled into the purebred portion of the Black Herefords in a single entry out here, and this one has the wow factor we've been looking for when you get this heifer parked. Boy, she's good looking. Get her on the side here and just evaluate that front end, that head, the neck, the flat shoulder. She's so deep-bodied and so much sweep there to her rib, and boy, you're not disappointed when you get behind her and you evaluate her in terms of muscle and power. Where this one could use a little help, she's just not quite flexible enough on those rear pasterns, and I know she's out here by herself and maybe fighting that halter a little bit, so we'll get her some friends out here in division and see how she does. But that's a good-looking heifer to win the class.
Well, congratulations in a purebred junior Black Hereford show. First place in Class 2 and your division champion going to Sammy Neff with CA Empress 903D. We're now going to bring in Class 8. This will be your Division 3.
Over here on the Black Hereford side, Rory brings a really nice cow out here to her. This is just a functional kind of female. Not tons of bells and whistles here, but just a really good kind of a cow. She's sound, she's good fronted, she's deep enough, has enough muscle to her, gets her up there with her head up on the profile. She gives you a really good look. Pretty hard to punch a hole in this one. Just a really nice cow. Certainly, young man has worked hard here with this heifer, and he's hustling today. Heifer in second hole just gives up too much here. She's just not enough heifer there compared to the one in front of her. But she's got some good things in her own right here. This is a heifer that's sound enough as she moves out. She's elegant there through her front, but just not enough body or power in that one as you compare her to the heifer that wins.
Well, congratulations over in the Purebred Black Hereford show. Results out of Division 3, your champion exhibited by Rory Bimmy with SKL and Stephanie 2201K. And reserve champion will go to Lake and Troop with DLF Miss Veda Lee 20C 7B. Now in the ring is your final class and division here in our Purebred Black Hereford female show.
Here we go on the Black Hereford side. This is a good one, buddy. Nice heifer you brought to us today. So stout and so powerful. One that's just wide in every angle you evaluate her from. Just meat, muscle in this one, and then you tie it into a really attractive package like she has. She's starting to get just a little condition on her. Probably need to slow this one down as she just has a little more chest in her and starting to get some crest. I think there's a little hair that could come off of that crest as well, but that's a good heifer. A little extra condition, but wow factor deluxe here. So nice female, young man.
Well, congratulations in our final division of your junior Purebred Black Hereford show. Congratulations go to Landon Ellison with BCC 711 Satisfied G192. We're now going to bring in those division champion reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Purebred Black Hereford.
Well, as we go out here and prepare to select a champion and reserve for you on the Purebred Black Hereford side, three really good individuals here. Let's talk about this calf. Boy, we talked about the look this one gives you from the side. Really neat in terms of her neck and her shoulder. Just an attractive look. Lots of belly in that one, lots of power and muscle. Like I said in class, this is one that could just move a little better in terms of having some flexibility and some softness as those rear pasterns, but a really nice female, good looking one for sure. Rory's cow here, we talked about this one being pretty fall free, not tons of bells and whistles here, but just a sound kind of a female that has enough muscle, has enough body and femininity about her, good looking when he gets her stopped and her head up. And the one that round out that last class, we talked about a heifer that just was so powerful and so good looking. Yes, she has a little bit of condition. Yes, she has a little bit of chest in her. But boy, that's tough to manage on a heifer when you get them to this stage of their life. But three really nice individuals, and I'll go get you a champion or reserve.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Purebred Black Hereford here at the Junior Show at the Cattlemen's Congress. exhibited by Landon Ellison, with BCC 711 Satisfied G192. And a big congratulations, the reserve champion Purebred coming out of our first division. Congratulations goes to Sammy Neff with CA Empress 903D.
Well, folks, over here on the Black Hereford side, as we go to pick a Supreme Champion female, before we get into the cattle, I've said it once this week in another ring, but I think it'd be appropriate to just recognize that there's a lot of heavy hearts in this building this week, and gosh, 10 days ago, I certainly wouldn't have thought that I'd be talking about Gerald Callahan in this lineup, but folks, this was a titan in our industry. He was a mentor to so many of us. He'd certainly want this crowd to recognize the work that the OYE staff and the Congress staff has done this week, pulling off an incredible event. And he'd want you to power through, folks, and he would expect nothing but greatness from each of you. So let's make sure we continue to have a tremendous event here this week at Congress, and I guarantee he will not be forgotten, and his legacy will live on with all the folks that he's influenced over the years. You don't have to be in the beef business more than about 5 minutes to have been influenced by Gerald Callahan in some way or another. So I just want to recognize that here today, and let's get in and talk about these cattle. This has been fun. I can tell you before, when I was asked to do this, somebody said, well, Brad, what do you know about Black Herefords? And I said, well, I know quite a bit because I really cuss when the Angus bull gets in with my Hereford cows and I make one of these things. But after seeing how good these cattle are, we might just selectively leave the gate open once in a while, because there's some tremendous cattle out here, folks, that I think really need your attention. And if you're over there on the other side looking at across the ring, just take a look at how good these things are. Just a tremendous set of cattle. I'm excited to go out here and select a Supreme Champion for you today. I really want to thank the Congress staff for having me. Ernie, thanks for calling and the opportunity to do this today. It's been a tremendous group of juniors, and it's my pleasure to go slap your champion.
Congratulations to those guys over there, and it's nice to sort next to you guys over there as well. And apologize for taking just a little more time, but you get a class this size, this quality, and really this different in kinds and types, you're going to take some time to break it down and then just keep sorting through these cattle. And I'm not going to say each one of them just line up to exactly the same type and kind and in progression as they go. I just want to rank the quality that I see up here and the way I prioritize them and kind of put them into place. And I think with these top 2, 3, even down 4 and 5 in this group all the way through is really, really good. I like the quality in these 2 the best, and obviously that's why they're standing up here. For me, I think just the look and the design and the freshness of the young man's heifer that's going to lead off. I like this one's balance, especially on the stand. Just a little neater about how her head and her neck and her chest is assembled on her skeleton. Still good about her body and still really good about her hip and her hind leg. I think this one's structural and her lines are still very, very good. A heifer that's a little more deceiving. You get off this one and she doesn't look as powerful and opened up as a few in the class, and then you get right on top of her, and this one is truly opened up and wide about her skeleton. She's big and opened about her hip. I really like the turn and the 3/4 angle to that one. The shape and the expression to her lower rib is really, really nice, and then still be that attractive and that high tying and pretty up through the front third. Still has so much cow-like look and body from their back. I think that one just puts the most unique things together. I think there's some trade-offs even here in 2 and 3, as much as we even had in 1 and 2. I like the basic build, the basic features of this young man's calf. This one just has cow written all over, and she's not as eccentric and neat sculpted as that one that wins the class, and by no means does that make her plain or not attractive, because she still ties and flows extremely, extremely nice together. I love this one's build and overall basic fundamentals from the ground up. Bold about her cavity and just so extremely cowy in her overall look. She just doesn't have that higher tying or assertiveness at the heifer that wins the class, but that's no means saying this one won't outproduce that one in front of her. I like both those heifers a great deal. I have a strong liking even for this lighter colored one here coming in third. This one's kind of an anomaly to me in terms where I can wrap my brain around, does she have enough with carrying a little bit more chest, with carrying a little bit more condition, because I love this thing's that hind leg. I love this one's foot design. I think this one from the surface up is so comfortable, so flexible. When you get right on top of her, you'd like to maybe just pull her apart a notch more, and with carrying a little bit extra chest, a little extra brisket, you wonder where does she depository all that stuff, and just how much true cow when you melt some of that down is underneath her, because her silhouette, her design is truly, truly good. I think that one's build is awfully, awfully nice, and when she's parked, it looks so good from the side. You just wonder how much, if there's enough compared to those 2 heifers above her. The one coming next, I think one that just gets a little uncoordinated the way she's hinged off all 4 corners. I like to see her be a little bit more attractive the way she goes out of her hip down into her hind leg. I think one that just in the terms of how her shoulders built and the angulation up front holds the advantage of the heifer coming next. This one, 4-rib back, I think is way in contention of this class. She came in the ring and you just see this one get out and go with all that body, all that hip, all that spread. You really appreciate her. I think she's a little more vertical up through the front third. I like to tone her down in terms of her condition just a notch more, and I think that would help her out of her front end just a bit. Heifer coming next, in terms of her length and her look, I thought this heifer on the stand was awesome. You know, in terms of just her balance, her presentation was very, very good. You get that one in the motion, she just gets a little quick in her step, a little forward up in her knee, but I still think on the stand, that one's look of quality, look of design is so, so good. Young lady, this heifer is presented and fitted to the 9s. And on the stand, you say this is your class winner right here, because I think her balance, her symmetry is so good. Her condition ties into her really, really well. So bold about her body and very, very tidy about everything that's tied together. For me, I just need to see her get out and go a notch freer. I make her a little bit more comfortable as she hits the surface, because that one on the stand is lights out. A really complete, fault-free one coming next. Not quite the extras to get up there and run with some of those others, but fresh, really neat design, still one that can get out and take an athletic step, just need to see a little bit more of her. Young man's dark red heifer coming next, a little plainer, a little coarser about the front third of her skeleton and her head and her neck, a little rounder in overall design, but looseness of skeleton, looseness of design is really, really good. High quality female right there, just shows the quality all the way through this class. I mean, a bold powerhouse coming next. Young lady, I just need to see her a little freer as she gets off of all 4 corners, because that one on the stand, you gave me a lights out look earlier. It was hard to want to put her down there. This class was just challenging in all the good cattle that we had out here. Another bold, powerful one. I need to see just a shot free. She goes, and then the young man's heifer that's going to round out the class. Attractive, assertive kind of a female, just shallows up in her body type comparably. That thing was deep, that thing was awesome. Folks ringside, let's commend all those young people for bringing a good set.
Well, congratulations back in the Black Hereford ring. Your supreme champion went to the F1 female. A big congratulations will go to Ben Eddy. of Lone Grove, Oklahoma, with CBD Miss Fergie E.T. Now currently in Ring 2, we're starting our showmanship for our junior Black Hereford exhibitors. Your senior division is in the ring. Back over to Ring 1, results out of that last Red Angus class. Congratulations in Class 7. First place went to Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with 3 aces, Fiona, 90-42. Second place, and congratulations, Chisholm Bedwell, Holt, Missouri, with TC Ellie, 129K. Third place, exhibited by Truett Tolar, Perkins, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Alexis Wright. Fifth place, and congratulations will go to Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Zachary Griffith, Marietta, Oklahoma. Seventh place exhibited by Leela Sims. Eighth place went to Veronica Lentz. Ninth place exhibited by Camden Flippo. 10th place exhibited by Letty Banahan. 11th place, Zachary Griffith. And 12th place, Cameron Eisen. Now in the ring, our judge is going to select his champion reserve in your fall heifer calf division.
While they sort them over there on the other side, we'll quickly get through showmanship here on with the senior division. And I think it's cool this breed's doing showmanship here at Congress. A lot of the breeds just don't have time to fit it in. And what an opportunity for these young people to come out here and have a chance to win showmanship at Cattlemen's Congress. We take showmanship pretty serious at our house, and my daughter's over there leaning on the rail somewhere, and she's a national champion herself in showmanship, and so we are big time into paying attention to showmanship at our family, and these 4 young ladies have it going on. I mean, they've got these cattle stuck, they've got them in position. I've had the opportunity to watch them here throughout the day, and whether they know it or not, it's been showmanship all day. So appreciate you ladies coming out here and let me have the opportunity to choose one champion, and I'll do that.
We'll keep it moving on this division over here, and only 4 head out here, but I don't know if that truly represents the quality that was in this division. Both these classes all the way through and down the line was exceptional to see, and I just talked to those guys and I said, you know, you can go to a lot of breeds and you would not see that depth of quality all the way down through in this fall division, and I'd challenge a lot of the other breeds to have that good of a set. So it's been an awesome division to sort. I'm not going to break these 4 down. I think there was a group that just kind of stick to my mind real well out here. Folks ringside, let's congratulate these young people. We'll go get you a champion in reserve.
And congratulations in your fall heifer calf division. Your champion will go to Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Reserve champion will go to Chisholm Bedwell, Holt, Missouri. Your next class here in the Red Angus ring will be Class 8. These are late summer yearling heifers. And over in the Black Hereford ring, we'd like to congratulate your champion senior showman going to Sammy Neff. Now in the ring will be your intermediate division.
just two head to kick off our summer class here. And both these females, I think, especially on the stand, read with quality, read with the goods that they need, maternal and the body and the hip and the design. And then for them out here, and just for my guy, you know, my kind, the young lady's going to lead off, just in terms of her structure and her kind, just a little bit more athleticism out here. I like the reach and the comfort that she sets down to a higher degree than that 1 and 2. And that's taking nothing away, because this female here in 2 is still very, very good on the stand, still blends and transitions extremely nice. I just like the looks of both of these heifers. I just think we got one just a notch more athletic, but a nice pair there to kick off this division. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, congratulations in Class 8 late summer yearling heifers in the red Angus ring. First place will go to Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma with MF Lexi 273. And second place and congratulations will go to Kaylee Shing of Watonga, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in Class 9. These are summer yearling heifers.
Well, we dropped an age group here as we evaluate the intermediates in showmanship, but we certainly did not drop any ability. These guys have got it going on out here. I mean, there's intensity. I mean, I love the look when there's that combination of intensity and professionalism, a little eye of the tiger in there, and these four all have it. The will to win and the desire to come out here and do well, and they're all hustling. And I can tell you, only one's going to be a champion today, and that'll be a moment you should never forget, winning showmanship at the Cattlemen's Congress. So congratulations to all four of you. I've been asked to pick one, and I'll do it.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Black Hereford ring in your intermediate division, your champion was Ben Eddy. Now in the rings, your final class, the showmen. These are junior showmen.
As we wrap up over here on the Black Hereford side, I think this would be a good opportunity for you all in the stands to recognize the hard work these juniors have done all day, and with a big round of applause. Again, we talked, not every breed has the opportunity to do showmanship, and my compliments to this association, these breeders, for just giving these kids a little more ring time and another opportunity to stand out here in this amazing arena at the Cattlemen's Congress. It ought to be something they never forget. And I'll tell you what, it's so subjective here in showmanship, but we've been watching these kids all day, and I think there's a clear winner for me in my mind, and we just really come out here and find the most fall-free individual that has the ability to get those cattle stuck and give us a good look. Ladies and gentlemen, we know it costs a lot of money to go up and down the road with these cattle and these kids, but I guarantee you it's worth it. These kids are going to be running ranches, they're going to be running companies, more importantly, they're going to vote. And we need to keep these young people in this industry and pushed into other industries as well, because we need these folks in our country. And wow, I'm sure proud of these young kids out here and the work they've done. So with that, I'll pick you your champion junior showman.
Well, congratulations in our junior division. Your champion showman went to Eden Bolt. Again, congratulations to all of our junior Black Hereford exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge this afternoon, Mr. Brad Gore. We are going to get started with your open Black Hereford show momentarily with Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
Another good class over here, and a lot like that fall class. I think the quality in here can run pretty deep, and just the stock that we got out here and the differences in them. But for me, the young lady's heifer is going to lead off. In terms of just the structure and the feature underneath this one, in terms of how she plants and goes off as she gets out and goes, I think does so the most ideal to me out here. And then still on the top side of it, I think just pulls everything together. She balances up. Her condition is really good. She's attractive. She's ladylike, yet still opened up. But I think it's the foot size, the feature, the mobility, just the way this one gets out and goes. I think she handles it the most comfortably, the most attractive off her rear two. She's setting down out of her shoulder into her knee as nice as any out here as well, and then still has the quality tools and pieces on the top side of the skeleton to just really grab you in. I like the dark red one here, especially on the stand. And then I'm not saying, hey, she didn't win the class because she's not sound. She's very soft structured. She's very flexible. Sometimes she actually gets underneath herself a little more than that one. I like to maybe just the way she assembled and it gets out of her hip and her hock to the surface just a little bit more attractively, but it's still very functional. It's still very soft as she gets out and goes. I think she holds an advantage of how she can carry out of her front end. Her balance and her build is so good. I might trim her up just a notch, and I think that would help her kind of get everything in motion, but I still think she balances up extremely well. Chest lays in her nice. Mid-rib is extremely good. Highly presented. I think a very high quality one. I love the length, the look, and the design of this one, especially right here on this stand. I think that's where she really kind of grabs your attention. To be that long-sided, that long-bodied, that big-hipped, still very attractive in how her leg is built onto her cavity. I just like to maybe see her get another gear when she goes out. Not so much as how far she reaches, just kind of want to get out and go a little more authority as she hits off of all four, because right there on the sand, so trim, so long, so unique in terms of compiling all those fun things together. We just need to see a little bit more out of her as you ask her to go. A lot can be said for this one here coming next too. I think one that's just so unique and trim, the way she pieces all together, especially on the stand. For me, where it kind of falls out of place here is how she's assembled up through that shoulder, likes to roll out of her knee and just kind of push off of the front two as she gets out and goes, but still very athletic, very comfortable off her rear two. Love the trimness, love the attractiveness, boldness of body is extremely good as well. Another long-sided one coming next for this young lady. She closes up. I like the way she gets out and reaches, very fresh in her kind. Maybe just doesn't have the overwhelming body shape that some of them does, but that kind of goes with her length. She just likes to close up and taper in. I like to make her a little wider as she gets away from you at the base, but still a really nice one there. Bold one coming next, a little heavy in her condition for me, and I think that's pushing over her shoulder, over her blade right there. She likes to rotate out of that front third just a notch more than we need her to. Still very comfortable, very flexible. I like the cowiness in her. A bold one that's extremely cowy right here, just a little too opened up to the front third of her skeleton. I like to just maybe close her up a little bit, clean her up in her underline just a notch more in terms of how she's assembled and her condition. A really fresh one coming next, so sound, so youthful. For us out here today, I just like to see a little bit more cow in her compared to those ones above her. I love the added attractiveness and the added flexibility. I like to just expand her all the way from nose to tail. A nice one here for the young man. I like her on the stand. I like, again, just maybe like to get her out and go, which is a notch more authority, especially off those rear two. And the heifer that's going to close out the class. Love her body shape, love her design. Just a little carrying a little too much condition, a little too upright and vertical and steep off the front shoulders there. But I think in terms of just having some rear pasture and some flex there, you got to appreciate that about her. A nice class in that summer division.
Well, congratulations in Class 9 Summer Yearling Heifers. First place exhibited by Alexis Wright with LCC Rosita 026. Second place was exhibited by Lauren Walter of Evanston, Illinois, with FCFR Roxy 246. Third place will go to Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Kaylee Sheen of Watonga, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Sixth place and congratulations go to Olivia Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana. Seventh place was exhibited by Zachary Griffith of Marietta, Oklahoma. Eighth place will go to Carly McCracken. Ninth place, Benjamin Edwards. And 10th place, Cooper McSparren. Now in the ring, we'll bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in your intermediate division.
Again, just 2 classes over here in this division, but again, like we said all day, not to be a broken record, but just really pleased with the cattle we get to put back out here to represent each age group in this breed, and just a testament to the quality that you guys are building on and just producing. It's second none to see. I think it's been awesome so far, sorting through it, and look forward to what we got rest. But I think we had that pair out of that first class, just 2 of them in there, and I thought we had an awesome class winner to represent out here in this division. Her symmetry, her balance, just the way her flow is really, really good. I love her condition out here. Extremely functional, the way she handles her hip and her hind leg. One that still dresses up like a lady and still has some class about her and just ties a lot of good things together. That next class, we just talked, in terms of just foot size and mobility and how we like them at the surface. That one checks a lot of boxes as well. A little more opened up in terms of her body shape, big hip, still really nice in her design and presentation out here, and we had a really nice second in that class. I think there's some draw up in how you want to go for reserve. I think there's one that suits me ideally for champion. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll show to you that champion in reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations in the intermediate division. Your champion goes to Alexis Wright, coming out of Class 9 with LCC Rosita 026. And congratulations, reserve in that division, coming out of Class 8, Reese McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma, with MF Lexi 273. We're now going to bring in Class 10. These will be April's Spring Yearling Heifers. Attention to all of our junior Red Angus exhibitors. We have a list thus far of the bred knowns that we will need back for the drive after our initial Supreme Drive. So once we do our Supreme Drive, we're going to do a bred known Supreme Drive. At this time, the ones that will need to come back out of Class 1B, we'll be looking for Camden Walter. Class 2A, Kaylee Bragg, and Zachary Griffith. Class 2B, 2 entries from Caden Smith. Class 3A, Colin Walter and Luke Platson. 3B, Dason Delosier and Legacy Murphy. 4A, Dave Delosier and Madeline Etherington. Class 4B, Casey Holden and Tucker Byer. Class 5B, Addison Vowell and Truett Tolar. Class 7, Andrew Meyer and Truett Tolar. Class 8, Reese McMurphy and Kaylee Sheeing. Again, if you heard your name called, we need you to come back for the Bred Known Drive after our first grand drive with all of our entries here in our Junior Red Angus show.
We get back over here on the red side, and boy, one that's going to lead off has got some enamoring pieces, and just especially this one forward back, I think is really, really good livestock, and that's not saying she's bad up for the front third. I think her shoulder pushes just a notch forward, but boy, when she gets it all put there in place, this is one cowy, flexible one that can give you such a neat look. I love this thing's head and the way it attaches on her skeleton. It flows in there. She's not just wild or crazy necked. Everything just kind of flows together and balances back really, really nice. And then with that mobility and that softness of structure and softness of kind, this one's got some punch and power, one that can generate some fun stuff, starting to make a nice bag there in production. I just think that one's a unique female that can get out and roll and still just look like a cow and a female. I like that one quite a bit right there. 2 and 3, I think we got some differences. A really highly presented one here in 2, and on the stand, everything kind of levels and lines out. Maybe just gets a little higher in her spine as she gets out and goes. Gets a little tighter as she goes and pinches there in her loin just a notch, but in terms of still some flexibility in body shape and design, that one's still awfully nice and awfully intriguing. I'd like to maybe just free her up and loosen her up in her overall skeleton just a notch on the top side, but I still think that one's high quality. This one here in 3, a little leaner version of what we've seen, but I appreciate that about her. A little bolder and a little more opened up how her shoulder lays in on her, but that thing's ultra flexible, ultra attractive as she gets out and goes, and like her lines and her design is so good. Young man gets her parked. She gives you such a neat look of silhouette and from the side, and then I just love that thing's structure and her build from the surface up. That one's added flexibility go a long way, and will always be relevant because of that. This young man right here is getting every ounce out of this heifer and does an incredible job. I said, hey, you can come show for Schaefer Show Cattle any day. This man gets it put together, and I asked him if his hand was getting tired. He said, no, not at all. So he's just going to keep rocking and rolling. This one's attractive. She's sharp. She's perfect conditioned. She just does not have as much shape and lower body as a few heifers above her. She's not as big as some of those cattle, and that's all right. I like her moderation. She just needs a little more opened up, a little bit more shape to her lower turn of her rib, but added flexibility. She's sound. She's functional. She's attractive. She's fed perfect, and the young man does an absolute awesome job getting her stuck out here. A powerhouse female coming next, and with that, just a little more restrictive in terms of her movement, but boy, on the stand, this young lady does a really nice job with this one as well. A really neat look from the side of just in terms of maternal power. I like to see her just have a little more flex and give off that hock into the ground. Other than that, that's still a really high quality class. Just shows the depth of this division and this class. We got one coming next, maybe just a little more vertical from end to end, a little plainer in the way she's assembled, but her lines, her look, and her design is really, really neat. I think you could add a lot to this one on down the road in terms of productivity. Young man's coming around the corner with one. In terms of just freshness, she is that, but that is maybe is her negative out here. Just gives up in terms of a little bit more cow power out here. But young man, her look, her design, I think that one's still going to be an awfully, awfully nice cow for these guys. A great group right there to start that division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 10 April Spring Yearlings. First place go to Cooper Dorn of Henning, Minnesota. Second place and congratulations went to Shayla Sankic of Magnolia, Ohio. Third place exhibited by Colton Reed, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Collie Parton. Fifth place and congratulations, Mara Turner. Sixth place exhibited by Dade Delosier. And seventh place so go to Austin Ramsey. Now in the ring will be Class 11. These are March Spring Yearling heifers. This will be your final class in this division.
a fun class over here to sort through, and some fun cattle all the way through in terms of just some unique kinds, some quality builds or some exotic pieces, and then just assembling them all together to get maybe the more ideal one. And that's what we got right here in our class winner. I think this one kind of jumped to the start of this class the minute she hit the ring, and probably just kind of ran away with it the whole time for me out here, quite honestly. I think one other one in terms of not maybe being anywhere outside the box, but everything just fits all the boxes, would be this one right here in terms of this class. How she just kind of ties it all together. I like this one, how she transitioned. It is really, really unique to see one that's still opened up, still cowy, to still look that attractive, and the way she can tie it together. Just like the proportions of this female, and I take her to the ground, and you probably heard me say all day, but I like this one's foot size, I like this one's foot shape, and I like this one's build quite a bit. I like her condition as well out here. Young lady, you do a really nice job with a high quality female right there to lead this class off. I think you can trade off some cattle here in 2, 3, and 4, and all three of these got some unique pieces and they're different varieties. This one's underline does not balance up as neat as a few cattle on either side of her, but I think for this one's length, this one's look, and this one's design, she's the most flexible off of all 4 corners for me out here, and I sure appreciate that about her. You get around her, she's still got some punch and some power, and opened up in her hip. It's still ladylike up to the front third of her skeleton, just a soft sound one that maybe just is not as, balanced like we said from the chest to flank, but in terms of still having plenty, it's right there. This one right here on the stand, man, she gets me fired up. I think this one's look and design is so cool. Such a teardrop shape to her belly, so maternal in that regard. Love this one's length of hip, really attractive hind leg. And then when she can just sit there on her silhouette from the side, boy, she's so long and elegant up through that front third. For me, it's just when she gets into motion. She wants to open up and roll outside on the front 2 and then kind of roll on the back 2 as well. If I could see her just kind of going square and true as she gets around the ring, you could make a case for that one to be up a little higher or dang sure fighting for the class win. The one that joined us in there on the run, and I think this one represents quality all the way through. A little more vertical up to the front third of her skeleton and in her angle to her shoulder than I'd like to see. I think this thing's got some awesome pieces. So unique and eccentric up to the front third, awesome bodied, maybe not as dense and bold as some of those cattle we've had above her, but this one's balance is so good. I think you could change some things about her there, like I said, in her skeleton, but her pieces are awfully intriguing. I love the boldness and the power of this one coming next. She just gets a little choppy and restricted as she gets out and goes, because right there on the stand, that's high quality show cattle. Just needs to get out and be a little more flexible. She gets around the ring. This one's very powerful. I think the body and the shape in this one's awfully good. Huge footed, a little denser in her bone work, and we sure appreciate that in her. I think one that can raise and generate some cattle. I like to just change and make some of her design a little bit more comfortable in her skeleton. I like the length and the design of this one. She's just getting a little tight in her spine and a little more restricted off those rear 2, a little high in her tail head. This thing's body shape, utter quality, and everything right in that regard is so very good. I think that one's just getting a little tighter out here in her development as a show heifer. And the heifer rounding out the class, I like this one quite a bit on the stand. Young lady, you just ran into a couple of really good cattle. I like to see her just get out and go a notch better because she's got a lot of good pieces to her. Awesome class winner, a great class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 11, your March Spring Yearling class. First place exhibited by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, with HH Miss CV 2106. Second place exhibited by Taylor Elmore with TLBT Cowgirls Don't Cry. Third place was exhibited by Hunter Jones of Moundville, Missouri. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Jackson Bragg, Salado, Texas. Fifth place went to Caitlin Skiles, Council Hill, Oklahoma. Sixth place exhibited by Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Kyler Plug, and eighth place to Lydia Brown. Now in ring 1, we're going to bring in those first and seconds. Our judge will select a champion reserve in your senior intermediate division.
Well, we haven't let off the gas, and the bigs have been just as good as the babies in there, and it's nice to see these cattle mature and start hitting this stage. We're not getting too far from when we need to put these things in production and where it really, really matters. But right now, as show cattle and the fundamental pieces that they bring out here with some of the fun pieces, it's awesome to see how we can combine those two things and make a lot of, incredible cattle to sort through. We had that first class, and that class winner, that thing from the blade back really intrigues me, and just how formidable she is and powerful she is at the surface, how flexible she is. And we talked, maybe her shoulder angle is just set on her body cavity about an inch forward there, but still lays into it really, really nice. And I'm just intrigued by that one's head and neck and how it just kind of flows to her. But then same can be said as that class winner out of that next class just kind of came through there. Still that same kind of seamstress design, very elegant in the way she ties everything together. I like that one's boldness. I like that one's design. Folks, let's congratulate her. Second class winner will be your division champion. We'll take another look and get you reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, senior intermediate champion. We'll go to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with HH Miss CV 2106. Back in the Black Hereford ring, we're about ready to get started with your open Black Hereford show. First class in will be your cow-calf division. And congratulations, reserve in that division will go to Cooper Dorn of Henning, Minnesota with BJF Flow 215. At this time, we're going to bring in Class 12. These will be February junior yearlings.
As we work through these open black Herefords here, just a single entry cow-calf pair, but a nice way to start off our show. Got a 4-year-old cow and a young calf at side. Certainly some quality in the cow, has some extension and some femininity and some attractiveness to her. Done a good job with this coupon at her side. That's got some quality as well. Cows looks like she's staying nice in her udder. Maybe her teats are a little longer, what you might prefer, but it doesn't look like it's bothering that calf too bad. So a good way to start off, a very feminine, nice design cow and a good little heifer calf at her side. Nice way here, single entry in the cow-calf pair show to start off our open Black Hereford show.
Congratulations, your champion Black Hereford cow-calf pair will go to Smith Black Herefords of Newton, Iowa. We'll now begin your F1 female show. First class in the ring will be your first division.
And we kick off this division over here on the Red Angus side in a nice way again, and a pair up here of a little more attractive females with just a little bit more flexibility and go. And I think both these cattle can draw up and give you that nice look from the side. I like their foot size of both these females. And I think the darker red one that we're going to lead off with just kind of ties it together in a little neater package. I think she's assembled a little bit more better in terms of how her hip lays into her, how her tail head lays into her. I like the flow of this one from just nose to tail. It rolls back all the way through. I think you could open her up just a notch at the surface, but that's getting picky on one that I think's right in the right rig, in the right kind, really nice from the side, and just gives you a really good look on the go as well. Well, this one here in second, I think just follows right in line with my class winner in terms of her length, her design, and just the way she ties everything together. She gives you that same quality look. I like the mobility. I like the flexibility of this one quite a bit. Got a shot more chest than her class winner does, but that's okay. That one's still holding it together relatively well. Her balance is still really nice when she gets her drawed up to the side. I think just a very flexible, usable kind of a female right there. This next pair in 3 and 4, very similar, very cowy in their overall design. Like this one right here on the stand. I like this one. So neat about her head, so neat about her crest and the base of her throat and the way it transitions down. Bold-bodied, starting to put some working clothes together, forming a nice udder there. A little high in her tail head and just sits down a little more uncomfortable off her rear two than a few above her, but that's not saying she's unsound by any means. That's a very productive-looking, cowy-looking female right there. I think has a lot of quality and utility to her. This one matches her, maybe just not as far as long in calf, and maybe just a little more out of balance in terms of how she lays and goes down into the bottom of her chest compared to that one in front of her. A little steeper, a little more vertical out of the front side of her skeleton, but still a big, powerful one that looks extra broody, extra maternal. I like the power in this one coming next. I just like to see her close up, be a little smoother the way she handles that front third. Gets a little rolly out of that shoulder down into her knee and wants to kind of waddle and track out a little bit. Heifer coming next. Long-sided, long-bodied kind of a one. I like to see her just get out and grab another gear. Awfully nice class winner. Congratulations to all them.
Get into these heifer calves here on the black Hereford side, and a real big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to lead off. Kind of overwhelms the class, and from her mid-rib back into her flank. Really like the cowiness that she has, and still adequate when you ask her to get out and go. Just really solid in her makeup, and really broody in terms of her design. I like the sharpness of the heifer in second. Heifer that's really attractive up through her front end and really sleek in terms of her look. A little emptier middle kind of a heifer in relation to our class winner. I think this heifer is going to continue on, though. You get her bred and full of calf, going to be one that come back next year. I like the balance and the design. Just need to soften her up a bit in relation to the class winner. Young man does a good job here with this heifer in third, one that's got some strength to her top, some levelness out through her hip. She wants to close up a bit more at the ground, a little narrower all the way through. Didn't see her as having quite as much to her as like the heifer that wins the class, but not quite as sharp as our heifer in second, but good solid female there to land in third. They're a little more immature heifer here to close out the class, one that's got a nice look up front. She too's got some collection when you ask her to get out and go. Just needs a little more substance and dimension to compete with our top three in this particular group.
Well, congratulations in the F1 ring. Results out of your first division. Your champion exhibited by Peters Pulled Herefords. Second reserve, and congratulations will go to Skyline Farms. Third place exhibited by McMurray and Ground Zero Farms. And fourth place will go to Aubrey Pettit. Now in the ring will be your final class and division here in the F1 female show. Back over in the Red Angus ring, results out of your February junior yearling division. First place in that class will go to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with MCH Marin 205K. Second place was exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Third place went to Luke Ladden, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Fourth place exhibited by Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas. Fifth place will go to Zachary Griffith, Marietta, Oklahoma. And sixth place went to Addison Dugan of Fairland, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is class 13. These are January junior yearlings.
Really a nice pair of females here in this. I think both of them have a lot of good to them. A heifer that wins a little fresher in terms of her composition. I think to me she moves just with a little more authority off of her front end. Heifer that's really got some rib and some mass to her, balance as well. It's got some symmetry to her line. Good heifer to come in second as well. Deep-bodied heifer, got some power as you get in behind her. A little more separated up through her shoulder. Probably doesn't just get off of her front end quite as nicely as our heifer that leads off the class, but a good pair of females with a lot of quality to them.
Well, congratulations in our final division here in your F1 female show. Champion will go to H&R Ranch, and reserve champion will go to Colin Wilson. We're now going to bring in those division champion reserves, and our judge will select as champion reserve F1 female.
Get out here for the selection of our F1 champion and reserve female. What a quality lineup. We didn't have big numbers here in these couple classes, but I think that certainly some useful cattle as you get them out here. And again, I think the same priorities hold true as what we had earlier in the Gelby show. There's some cattle with certainly some pieces that you can certainly breed around, and I think it's a really good lineup. So got a few of you around here. Let's give them a good round of applause as we get through here. We'll work through them pretty quickly and efficiently here this evening. This big heifer here is going to be our champion, the young man in the purple shirt. Congratulations to him. We're going to follow up with this other big heifer back here to be the reserve. Good set of cattle here at our F1 show.
Our January females over here on the red Angus side, and a really nice class winner to kind of jump up here and take the lead of this one. I like this one in terms of just total length and design. Another one that we talked about, and just her look and her freshness. One that is very, very crisp from nose to tail. I like how she's in her rig out here for us. Still plenty of body and so nice in terms of how her hips laid in her. Such a functional and just very useful kind of a hind leg underneath this one. I really like the foot shape to this heifer as she gets out and kind of goes. Just very athletic, but so fresh, so neat in her overall design. I think just an extremely high quality one right there. I think you can trade 2 and 3 back and forth in your minds. I think both these cattle are good. A little bit of difference in them. I think there's just a little bit more foot and feature and bone work underneath this one. Pushing a little more condition than that 1 and 3, but in terms of just having that added substance, that added flexibility, still really good. And then when she still gets her on the stand right there, she gives you such a high quality look. This one's working closer to her end date, and I think just going to be a really, really nice cow for that young lady with a lot of useful pieces. Very, really nice package right there. I like this one on the stand and the silhouette of this young man's female. She's a little longer headed. She's a little bolder about her shoulder. I think there's just a little bit more punch and opened up about this female, and that's all right because when she gets stopped right there, she still bounces up extremely nice. Very, very good in terms of her body. Extremely nice in terms of her hip and her hind leg. This design over here, you get around her 3/4 view. There's plenty of mass and meat in that one too. Just a really high quality one to go third. Young man's coming next. I think maybe a little bit more basic in her overall type and kind, and that's okay. That's still a good heifer, still very functional in her design, maybe just having as much look and presence as a few of those females above her. Just doesn't get as attractive as the way she sets her hind leg in the motion as you ask her to go. A unique one here coming next. Really out there in terms of her lines and her look. It just gets outside of her skeleton, especially going off those front two. But I like how chiseled she is up through the front, how bold about her body is. It just needs to flow better a little bit for us out here. This one coming next is bold and powerful young lady. I think it's going to be an awesome, awesome cow. Just a little heavy in condition out here for me today. Just like to clean her up a little bit. Nice class, very, very nice class winner as well. Congratulations to them, guys.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Black Hereford ring. Your grand champion F1 was exhibited by H&R Ranch. Reserve champion was exhibited by Colin Wilson. Back in the Red Angus ring, results of Class 13, January Junior Yearlings. First place exhibited by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with AMTC Princess Lena, 1K1. Second place exhibited by Clara Smuck of Iowa Falls, Iowa. Third place was exhibited by Lucas Bowling of Sheldon, Missouri. Fourth place, Tolar Perkins, Oklahoma. Fifth place, go to Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas. And sixth place exhibited by Matthew Hamill. Now all your firsts and seconds are coming into the ring. We're going to select a champion reserve junior female.
Well, we get to break it down over here in the January-February division, and again, we know smaller classes than we've seen in the babies, but boy, the kids are straight out up here and represented extremely well. I think it comes down to a pair out here, and taking nothing away from the respective seconds, folks, ringside. You know, it truly comes down to these two class winners for me out here within this division, and I think both these heifers are close in terms of their quality pieces and close in terms of their type and kind, but still there's some subtle differences. You know, the one circle in the ring right now, just an expansive footed one. I love this one's foot size, her bone work, her angles, everything lies into her extremely nice. I think she's a little longer hipped, and I really appreciate that about her. I think one that's smooth about her muscle shape, she's good about her body shape, plenty good. I think it's a wash in terms of body in these cattle. She blends and flows so nice through her shoulder. I think she carries herself just a notch higher out of her blade, but she's probably also a little plainer about how her head's made, where the base of her jowl is, and down into her chest compared to that one in that second spot. But you're trading off some give and takes. I think that one's functionality, that one's overall cow-like look is really nice. The one that won that second class, I think just in terms of overall build and how that one seamlessly ties together is so unique. And by any means is she bad hipped, short hipped, or any of that, not whatsoever. That thing's hip and hind leg is almost ideal out here. I appreciate that about her. I love that about her. I love her turn to her body. I love the shape to it. I love this thing's condition. I think that thing's fresh, but still ready to rock and roll. There's a ton of cow in that one. And like I just said, I think she's just a notch neater about her head, the base of her throat, and her crest compared to that one in the front of her. I do also think she's just a notch wider as she gets out and goes when you watch these cattle in the motion, but I think it's really close between the pair of them. I like these things a great deal. Both these heifers are extremely nice. Everybody ringside, let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll get you a champion reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior female, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee, with AMTC Princess Lana 1K1. And reserve champion will go to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, with MHC Marin 205K. We're now going to bring in your only senior female. After this division, we will go right into your grand drive here for our Junior Red Angus show. A reminder to all of our bred and own exhibitors, if you were top 2 in your class in bred and own, we need you to make your way to the holding area. We will do a bred and own drive after our first grand drive.
Here in our XX division of the Black Hereford show, a nice set of these females and just these 4, so we'll bring them out here and I'll talk about them quickly. The conservatively marked heifer there is one that we put at the back so she'd lead a little better. That's a very dense made kind of a heifer calf. It's got some rib and some volume to her. One that when she decides to get out and move, I think has some comfort. I think a very high quality heifer. Nice heifer there. They were actually would have been in a division, but we just brought all four. A real sharp featured heifer here. Maybe a little more refined in her bone work, but a nice pattern to that heifer there that would have been in that division with her. Nice female here out of Division 3 or Class 3, one that's got a lot of body and utility and softness to her. Nice construction of her hind leg and some flexibility to her. And then the big heifer, one you really like the freshness of composition she comes to us in, one that's got some length of side, some extension to her. Might want to settle her in her top when you set her in motion. She may be just a little stiffer in terms of her movement, but still a high quality female. Just these four out here to choose from. I think all four of them have some good in them. Appreciate them bringing them to us. I'll get you a champion in reserve. Good job to these exhibitors.
Well, just a single entry to wrap up our divisions here in the Red Angus show, and the young man's brought us a high-quality October senior yearling female. He said it's his first time here at the Cattlemen's Congress, and he's dang sure going to come back next year, and I hope he does, because he's brought us a really nice heifer. He's done a great job with her. I like her condition for this stage of the game. We like to maybe see her just a little further along in calf for this stage of maturity, but in terms of quality pieces, young man, you got one that has it. She's eccentric in her look. She's good about her body. Another one that has a really nice hip and hind leg underneath her. I think one you could maybe just set her down on her spine just a little bit in motion, but in terms of just quality pieces, that one sure represents quality and what this breed's about. So let's show him a nice congratulations for a single division out here, and we'll get ready for your champion drive.
Well, congratulations in that final division here in your junior Red Angus show. Your senior champion female exhibited by Caden Feck of Sulphur Springs, Texas, with TWG looking good J162. We're going to take a minute in the Red Angus ring to get gathered up in the holding area, and we're going to start your grand drive here in just a moment.
Nice pair of heifer calves here to start into our percentage show. I think both of them have some good in them. Heifer up in the front's going to lead off the class. There's just a little more to her in terms of power and spread. She's real bulky bodied. Heifer got a nice look to her from the side. She just kind of, the other one will kind of fit inside of her. I think there's a little extra performance in this heifer. A very quality female there to lead off the class. This gentleman's heifer's a nice female from a structure standpoint. Got some femininity up through her front end. Probably not quite as much to her as our heifer that ends up winning the class, but still, I think a female that's got some good in her. I think she's going to continue to develop and mature for him and going to be a nice kind of a prospect.
Well, congratulations back in the Black Hereford ring, your champion in the HX division went to back number 232, exhibited by Maya Padilla, and reserve champion and congratulations went to Colin Wilson. Over here in ring 2, your Black Hereford show, we've begun your percentage division. In class 1, first place went to C2's Purple Legacy, exhibited by Chloe Mack. And second place, and congratulations, went to DK Ranch of Derby, Kansas. We're now going to bring in class 2 here in your percentage Black Hereford show. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves here in our Junior Red Angus ring. For those of you here in the Jim Norick Arena, let's put our hands together for all of the Junior Red Angus exhibitors today at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Another good class of these percentage females here, and a nice heifer to lead off with. One that's got a really good look to her from the profile, got some power, some dimension, a big hind leg underneath this heifer, gets out and walks with some comfort and travels with some ease. That's a nice female here to lead off the class. Big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to come in second. Doesn't have quite that look we find in our heifer that leads off the class up through her front end, but I like the durability, the softness, the center that she's got. Very cowy in terms of her design. Nice maid heifer to come in third, just not as much of her as our top two cattle. She gets out and moves well, got a good foot underneath of her. A heifer that gets a little duller up through her front end. A little more extension here in the next heifer, just runs out of bone. A little smaller footed heifer as well. Didn't read her being quite as nice in her hip construction, but a big growthy heifer that's got some length and side to her. Got a part mini here, I assume. Young man's doing a great job. Heifer's very powerful, very stout, very well presented. He's going to be a hammer someday on the stick. He does a really, really good job. His heifer's maybe just a little rounder in terms of her muscle pattern for me. Then the young man's heifer here that closed the class has some flatness of shoulder and some refinement and femininity to her. We just need to power her up all the way through.
Well, if we can have everyone's attention in the Jim Norick Arena, if you see our intern at the end gates of the Black Hereford raising her hands, we need a veterinarian down at the end. If there's a vet here in Jim Norick Arena, please go see Allie at the end gate.
We'll over here on the Red Angus side, and the day has come to that time where all the pressure really kind of sets in, and it kind of concluded this show, and we get all these division and reserves back out here, and just a lot goes through my mind, I guess, in terms of, hey, making sure you get it right and doing what you want to do, and also enjoying the incredible youth that this breed has and the incredible youth that this whole industry has, and let these young people showcase their talents and showcase their abilities and push them and strive to make them better, to go on and do great things. First and foremost, and I try not to take too much time, I don't get a lot of these opportunities, so for everybody ringside and everybody that gave me this opportunity or has helped me along, it means the utmost to me from the bottom of my heart. It's quite the honor for this guy to step out on this side of the ring and get to share my opinion with you guys as breeders and talented cattlemen and cattlewomen around here. This is something I'll truly cherish and remember for a long, long time. I never thought that this opportunity would come, so young people, first and foremost, don't ever think something's not achievable. Bucket list events will always happen, and good things will happen. You surround yourself with good people, so thank you very much. Be remiss if I didn't thank Miss Erin Dorsey and everybody from the Cattlemen's Congress for allowing me, inviting me, and asking me to do something so cool and working with a breed of cattle that are so truly good that can provide cattle like this. So thank you guys for this opportunity. Again, it means a lot to me. Thanks for my wife in the stands. My kids probably terrorizing somebody's stalls right now for always supporting me through this. I couldn't do it without you, honey. I love you. I appreciate everybody on my crew that's working our stock right now and allows me to take the time to come out here. So thank you very, very much. On a short note, I would be remiss, and I know Blake alluded to it earlier, and it's an honor to be able to sort next to one of my good friends, Mr. Blake Bloomberg. You know, in the passing of some great cattlemen, it means a lot to what this can do, and you never know what happens in life. So I want all you young people to take each day and enjoy it. Not all of you got to be back out here, and that's not something to hang your hat on, or just because Tim Schaefer didn't necessarily like your cattle. I probably liked your cattle. There might have just been one I liked a little better, and that's okay, because an event like this, when you can have so many support staff and so many good people ringside to say they might like your cattle, you can evolve and adjust in this industry, and you can do awesome, awesome things. Never take life for granted. Enjoy every day as it could be one that might end shortly, because enjoy the people around you, enjoy your family, and have fun with it, even if the day does not go the way you wanted. We lost a great cattleman in Gerald Callahan, and just the quality of life that he brought to everybody and what he brought to this event is so, so good. We lost another great cattleman unexpectedly, Mr. Wayne Chester. So support to their family and love in some times like this, and that's why I want everybody to enjoy this. If you don't win today, it's okay. You're winning in life because you're in an incredible, bad-to-the-bone industry. All of you young people in here and back in that barn, you will prevail. You will be successful because you're in agriculture and you're in the cattle business. You will be really, really good. So hats off to everybody. This show has been bad to the bone. It started here with this baby calf, and that division was so, so good. I don't know that this one's necessarily going to win or lose this show, but she's a player. I think that calf is extremely, extremely high quality to get that much on one at this stage of the game, still be that good looking, still be that flexible. That's a rock star down there. How will she widen out behind her blades, and how will she handle her shoulder as that one matures? That's up to the guys that get the feed on that one, but I still think that calf is so, so good. Our next calf was another one that was bad to the bone. Eccentric in her look, awesome in her feature, awesome in her bone work. That thing's structure I love. I love her body shape. I love her immaturity while still having so much cow-like look. Another calf I think's awesome. We hit a few other divisions in here. That fall class and division was so good. I thought we had an excellent representation. We had a really good cowy looking one that went reserve. I thought that was an awesome pair. A very nice summer feature, or female that won just in terms of foot and structure. And then we rolled back in these two last divisions of your March and Aprils and your January and Februaries. And I think we got two bad to the bone big heifers standing out here that are perfect in terms of their condition. I love their build. I love their kind. There's some subtle differences. It's still rolling through my head how we play these out with some of those talented calves back there. And a young man at his first Cattlemen's Congress. Thanks again for coming out. Keep coming back every year. He's got an awfully nice senior yearling right here to close the deal up. I won't ask for much, but I'd like everybody to get some enthusiasm back in here. Let's get our hands together and give all these young people that come through the ring a nice round of applause. We'll go get you a grand in reserve.
And congratulations, your grand champion, Red Angus female, here in your junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with AMTC, Princess Lena 1K1. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion goes to Cambry, Murray, Lebanon, Oregon, with HH Miss CV 2106. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Thank our judge, Mr. Tim Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. A reminder, we need all first two placings of our bred and owned back to ringside so we can do a bred and owned grand drive.
We'll let Tim get his champions picked, and obviously congratulations to them on the other side. Didn't want to take away from that. We had a division here in our percentage Black Hereford show, and a single entry that we just brought in here, a nice female. Young lady's heifer's got a lot to her in terms of center body, got some springer rib and some volume to her. Still moves out with some comfort, some reach up both ends, so a nice entrant here into our lineup. It's a good set of females all the way through. The one that suits me the best, though, comes out of Class 2. This young lady here is going to have our division champion. Congratulations to her. We bring in that big-bodied heifer there in the back that was second in that class. I like her capacity, like her volume. Maybe not quite as nice up through her front end. I like the single entry heifer out of Class 3 to be reserved in this division.
Well, congratulations back in the Black Hereford ring and your percentage show Division I champion. Exhibited by Smith Black Herefords, Newton, Iowa, with SBH Honky Tonk Flame 36 ET. And reserve champion, and congratulations, we'll go to ILLG Farms of Canesville, Missouri, with BFA Fashion Ladies Symphony 004L. We'll now bring in Division II here in the percentage female show. Again, over here in the Red Angus ring, we are going to bring in the top two bred known out of each class to select a champion reserve bred known.
It's a good class of females, but I think all three of them offer some different things, and they're all different types. We're going to start with Heifer up in the front. I just think on soundness and stoutness of feature, she's got the advantage over the other two cattle. A real moderate framed heifer that's got an easy keep and look about her. Female that's nice in the way she sets down from hock to ground. A female that gets out and covers her track well. Heifer in the middle is going to be second. I like the look and the extension that she has up through her front end. She's a little more rigid and timid in the way she grabs the ground off her front skeleton, but I think a lot of look and balance in that heifer and a lot of eye appeal as well. Young man's heifer is going to be third, and I like this heifer's kind. She's one that's got some extra performance. I like her extension as well. She's probably just a little plainer in terms of the way she hooks up from the side. When you set the cattle in motion, she wants to round out of her hip just a bit more. Interesting trio of heifers here in this class. I think good in each one of them.
Well, congratulations in Division 2 here in your percentage Black Hereford show. Your champion will go to 4B Black Herefords. Reserve champion, and congratulations will go to Mary Elg of Canesville, Missouri. Third place exhibited by Triple C Black Herefords. We're now going to bring in your next division. This will be Division 3.
Got a nice pair of heifers here, I believe, to close out this division. Automatic Grand Reserve, and a heifer up in the front is going to lead off our class and division. Really an eye-appealing female that's sharp in her lines. I like the levelness out through her hip, and she's a little better in her top line when you ask her to go. Nicely presented heifer that's got some flex and some reach to her. A high-quality individual to lead off the class. Lot 2, the heifer that comes in second. I like her extension from the profile, really long-bodied female as well. Wants to pull her hocks together just a little bit as you watch her go away, and probably not quite as stable in the way she's made up high as our heifer that ends up winning the class, but still a very useful kind of a female with a lot of breeding value to her.
Well, congratulations over here in the Black Hereford ring. Results of your final division in our percentage show. Your champion exhibited by 4B Black Herefords, and reserve champion exhibited by Breonna Stewart. We're now going to bring in the grands and reserves in their divisions, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, percentage Black Hereford.
Well, as we conclude over here in the Bred and Own, and what a special deal this is, and commend all these young people. This is quite the showing on a Bred and Own project to put this kind of quality and this kind of goods back out here. So everybody that's left ringside and back up in the makeup ring, and let's show our appreciation to these young people of completing quite the project right here. This is awesome. Let's give them a nice round. There's a couple you can go back and forth with even in this deal, and it's just like the show. It kind of wrapped your brain in terms of you could go a lot of different ways and not to leave anybody out. We get to select two, so I'll set the mic down for the last time. We'll go get you a champion and reserve in this. But congratulations again to all you wonderful exhibitors on an awesome show. We appreciate it.
As we get out here to select our champion percentage female, we've talked about these. I think some really nice cattle up and down the line, and some differences as you get them back out here just in terms of design, maybe some functional things, but I think very quality cattle. Got some look, got some eye appeal, has some dimension to them, so be very complimentary to this lineup. The one that suits me the best, though, today is going to be this heifer calf up in the front. She's going to be our champion. Let's give this young lady a good round of applause. We're going to follow her up with the gentleman's yearling heifer here out of Division III to be our reserve champion. Nice set of these percentage cattle. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring for your Bred and Owned. Your champion will go to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with MHC Marin 205K. And reserve champion will go to Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee with 3 Aces Fiona 9042. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We're going to head to the backdrop quick here in the Red Angus ring, and we'll return back with your showmanship contest. And congratulations back over here in the percentage female show for your Black Hereford Open show. Champion, and congratulations, Smith Black Herefords of Newton, Iowa. And reserve champion will go to 4B Black Herefords with BFS Lady 260. At this time, we're going to get started with your Purebred Black Hereford female show.
It's a nice pair of heifers and not without their trade-offs because I think there's some, obviously, I think we've got a part mini here, but it's a good heifer in terms of her movement and her flexibility. Doesn't have as much to her as you get in behind her, but I think from the side really balances up well. You got to ask yourself, is there just enough horsepower in that heifer? And then you got one here that's got a lot more dimension and mass to her. Maybe want to redesign her just a nickel structurally. So I think it comes a give and take between the two. I'm going to use the extra power of this heifer up in the front, though, to lead off the class. I'm very complimentary to this one, though. I like her kind. I just would like to spread her apart a little bit as you get up on top of her. But this is a good pair of cattle, a little different in terms of their makeup.
Well, congratulations in our first division here in your purebred Black Hereford show. Your champion will go to back number 230, exhibited by Peters Pulled Herefords. Reserve champion will go to LC Ranch.
As we get ready to select our champion purebred, we just had the 5 heifers. I think all of them are very good. We talked about both those calves I like extremely well. They're a little different. I think both of them are very good. We come out of the second division with a real deep-bodied, big-centered heifer, a lot of volume to her, a female that's got some stoutness as you get in behind her. Might want to clean her up just a little bit there up through her front end, but still one that's beefy and got some rib shape to her. Like this heifer, comes out of class 3 in this division. Got a very nice udder laid in underneath of her. Maybe not a stout featured as some of the other ones, but a very high quality look to that female. Very feminine, very attractive. Then the heifer out of the last division, one that's opened up. Got some power to her. I like the foot size, bone work that female has, and still a quality heifer when you ask her to get out and travel. It's still pretty good from a freshness standpoint. So another really nice division. I think the cattle have been very good, very solid all the way through. We haven't had huge numbers, but had to make some decisions. They made you think a little bit because I think there's some good cattle up and down the line. Heifer that suits me best in this division knows the gentleman in the cowboy hat. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations to him. We're going to follow up with this heifer right in front of him here that the young lady has, and she's going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in your purebred Black Hereford division. Your champion, exhibited by Triple C Black Herefords, and reserve champion, and congratulations, go to Skyline Farms. We're now going to bring in those champion females, and our judge will select the supreme champion female before we go into our bull show.
Get our three division winners back out here, and I think a really nice lineup as we pick a supreme champion. I think really all these three are kind of cut from the same mold. They're just, there's a spot or two where you might differ just a notch, but very, very good cattle that got some foundational substance to them, got some body, got some mass, and some feature. Yet with that, I think there's one to me that just in terms of her presence and her body and just the way she hooks together, I think it's a very high quality female. But we still got a pretty decent crowd. Let's give them a good round of applause, and I'll show you my preference here for the Supreme Champion.
And congratulations, your Supreme Champion coming out of our F1 division. Going to CBD Miss Fergie ET, exhibited by H&R Ranch, Lone Grove, Oklahoma. We're now going to get started with your Black Hereford Bull Show. First division in will be your percentage show. This will be Division 1. Attention Red Angus exhibitors, if we could have all Pee-wee and Junior Showmen make their way to the makeup area, we are going to get started here with Showmanship in just a moment. Again, at this time, we are going to get started with your percentage Black Hereford Bull Show. Following this, we'll go right into your Purebred show.
All three April bulls here in this class, so obviously some performance differences. We got a high quality bull though. It's going to lead off. Buddy in the cowboy hat, bring that bull around here and put him up in the front. That's a muscular bull that's got some power and some feature to him. I like his masculinity, and he's a sure-footed kind of a bull as well. I think this calf gets right away with the class. This is a pretty quality bull, good individual, and I think wins the class pretty easily. Then you got to make some decisions. You know, I like the tidiness and the attractiveness of the calf up in the front. It probably doesn't have as much performance. You got this bull that's a little more rugged, a little stouter featured, has a little more to him. Again, I think it's close between the two. I'm going to use the bull. It's got a little extra performance. Even though I like the type of this bull, there's just not enough of him. So this bull will be second, that bull will be third.
Well, congratulations in our percentage Black Hereford Bull Show. Your champion Division 1 will go to Triple C Black Herefords. Reserve champion will go to DK Ranch. And third place will go to Lake and Trope. We're now going to bring in your final division in the percentage show. This will be Division 2.
Get to our champion selection here. We got a bull that was a single entry, I believe, part mini, a muscular bull that's got some dimension to him. I like the thickness this bull brings to the table. You know, he's one that certainly has some spread. He moves pretty well off both ends, a good kind of a bull. We got a pretty dominant one out here that's going to be our champion in this division. This young man that just came out of that class we just had, it's going to be our champion bull here in this grouping. Let's give him a good hand. Very, very nice individual. We're going to follow up with the gentleman here in the hat. He's going to be our reserve in this group. Good job to him. Good job.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Percentage Bull coming out of our first division, going to Triple C Black Herefords with SFF 13C's last man standing 563, and Reserve Champion, and congratulations go to LC Ranch of Crockett, Texas. We're now going to start your Purebred Black Hereford Bull Show. Look for 2 divisions in this show. Again, we're going to start with Showmanship here momentarily in the Red Angus ring. We'll be starting with Pee-wees, followed by Juniors.
It's a nice pair of bulls here in our first class, so we're going to use the orange tag bull to lead off the class. He's a little more correct in his top line, a little thicker made, beefier top bull. Just got a little more spread to him. Got a quality presence to him from the side. That's a good bull there to lead off. The bull comes in second, a little different in his top line, a little rounder out of his hip. Bull's got some flexibility to him, just runs out of horsepower in relation to our bull. It's going to lead off the class, but like his softness of flank, the bull's pretty flat and smooth in the shoulder. Looks like he could inject some cavities. Just need to power him up in relation to the bull that leads off. Bringing this big bull that's a single entry here as we pick our champion. A really nice made calf. Got some extension to him, some length of body. Big testicle bull that's clean in his sheath. You know, I don't know if he's quite as thick and muscular and meaty as the bull out of the calf division, but I like his structural integrity. I like his soundness. I think that bull gets around the ring with some comfort, some reach. So these are both good bulls. I think both of them have some quality about them. Not to take anything away from the bull that was second in that first class. I think it comes down to these two bulls, and there's enough good bit difference in them. This bull is more flexible. I like his reach off both ends. I like that bull's shape and the extra eye appeal that he's got. I'm going to slide here with the calf to be our champion, bigger bull to be reserved, but nice pair of cattle here.
Well, congratulations over here in the black Hereford ring. Your champion Purebred goes back number 217. That was exhibited by Smith Black Herefords. Reserve champion goes to Colin Wilson. We're now going to bring those two champion bulls in. Our judge will select a supreme champion bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress in your Black Hereford show.
Bring these two bulls back out here, and really a nice pair, and I thought we had a good show all the way through, and I appreciate the opportunity to work through them. We got a pretty much a standout, in my opinion, in this bull that wins this first division. It's a high-quality rascal. I think he's got a lot of good to him, a very promising future in him. He's going to be our supreme champion, this young man here in this black cowboy hat. Congratulations to you, bud.
We'll kick off the Pee Wee Showmanship and the four exhibitors out here. I'm going to pick a champion in reserve. I know the cows are getting tired and the kids are getting tired, so we're going to kind of work through this diligently. All four of you are winners. It doesn't matter who gets selected, grand or reserve, by my opinion. I just want you all to know that and commend you for coming out here. I get the diligence of having to select two, so let's congratulate this Pee Wee group. Outstanding to see the talent out here already. I'll go get you a champion in reserve in this division.
Well, at this time, we're going to go into junior showmanship. Well, congratulations in the Pee Wee division. Your champion will go to Channing Lind and reserved to Hayden Weems. At this time, we do have your junior division here in the ring.
Well, this junior group's getting good. I think there's a couple out here that kind of jump right out to me, and obviously working through this. But as we kind of go, I think there's just some that are just a little bit more natural as they go, and a few just have a few things to pick up on, but you're going to be just fine. I think this whole group is awesome in how they do it and put it together. I got two in my mind. Let's ringside. Let's congratulate them. I'll go shake the hands of your grand and reserve in your junior division, but let's congratulate them.
Well, congratulations in the junior division. Your champion will go to Macy Weems, and reserve champion goes to Paisley Van Horn. We're now going to look for your intermediates, seniors. If you're interested in doing showmanship, you will be up next.
we get back in this junior or older group, or second to last group, intermediates, excuse me, and you can see the talent in the age group is just stepping up because you can go a lot of ways. I got to watch a lot of you kids and remember the faces as you kind of came through the show, and just watching you all come back out here. You all do a great job of putting the cattle together. Folks, it's just the subtle differences, and I think a lot of you guys just coming back out here and doing this should be commended on it. For me, I think just in some natural poise and just putting one together, you could still pick a big group of you guys out of here, and gals, I think you all do a great job. To me, I just get the bad job of picking two today. So, hey, let's congratulate these kids. We'll take another look. We'll get you a champion in reserve in this intermediate division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion intermediate. We'll go to Addison Vowell. And congratulations, reserve champion. We'll go to Callie Xiang. We're now going to go into your senior showmanship division. This will be our final division of showmanship.
Well, we'll conclude the last division, and the talent has not ran out whatsoever, and I can see why there's no other guys wanting to show against you four ladies, because you scared them all off, and I'd be lucky to have any four of you show for us any day of the week. You guys all do a great job. So the last time for the day, I will set the mic down. Let's congratulate these four individuals, an awesome group of showmen, awesome group of young ladies out here. Let's give them congratulations. We'll get you a champion reserve in this senior division.
Congratulations, your champion will go to Cambry Murray. And your reserve champion will go to Mara Turner. Again, congratulations, all of our Junior Red Angus exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Tim Schaefer.